call to order now. And Ms. Secretary, if you'd like to go through our attendance.
Absolutely. Just 1 second. Got 7:02. Tim Teagan,
Present.
Scott Bowman, Trevor Stepp.
Present.
I am here. Andrew Duke,
Here.
Dana Carver, Jay Gillott,
Here.
Corey Heinrich, Rick,
Here.
Raphael Wolf,
Here.
Larry Henneman,
Here.
Larry Johnson,
Here.
Leah Daly,
Present.
Angela Thornton,
Here.
Charles Essner,
Here.
Mike Saliba,
Here.
Dave Franklin,
I'm here.
Andrew Chatterton,
Present.
Colin Fitzgerald. And somebody asked me last time, I have Bruce Ton, Justin Fisher, Austin Martin, Bob Broda, Ryan Henry, and Ken Molman, and I see Jordan Martin. Did I miss any guests? Okay. So we have 3 people not here.
I imagine they will hop in shortly. We may have a small delay.
Yep.
All right, now if we can move on to the approval of agenda and previous minutes. Secretary, if you want to scroll through the agenda for everyone.
Oops, I'm sorry. I was going to pull up the minutes here. We have Ken that I put for my report so that he can go relatively quickly tonight. Old business was the membership committee and convention final report. And then several areas of new business that you can see. An open open floor. Freudian slip.
All right, is there any motion to approve the agenda or anything anyone would like to move?
So moved.
All right, is that a second?
That was Larry.
Thank
Okay.
you. All right, all in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed, please say nay. And any abstentions other than myself? All
I
right,
abstain.
Who abstained? Who
Dave
abstained?
Franklin abstained.
Okay.
Andrew Chatterton as well.
So me and Mr. Franklin. All right.
Andrew Chatterton as well, please.
I got Andrew, Dave, and Tim abstaining on the minutes. Or I'm abstaining on the
Agenda.
agenda.
Thank you. All right. Agenda is approved. And if we can bring up our previous minutes.
Had 100% attendance. Committee reports. Not much really in the committee reports. We talked quite a bit about the lifetime membership for Fred, which is back in the agenda tonight. And I think that's it for that. That was out of order. And then we approved the second vice chair in District 5 and had a long discussion, and we appointed the National Platform Committee. And we talked about convention and decided that we're putting that back on the agenda tonight to have a committee appointed tonight. And then there was a couple open floor items.
All right, is there a motion to accept and approve the previous minutes?
So moved.
I have a
Oh, I
point of
see
order.
Dana showed up.
Did I hear a point of order in there?
I had raised several points over email, and I would like to know if they've been addressed in the version presented today.
I emailed everybody that, Andrew. We changed your wording to reflect like 2 words, which I put exactly how you worded it. And the rest of it, we watched the recording and it was accurate as written.
Thank you, Ms. Secretary. All right, the motion has been moved and seconded. I heard in there. So, is there any discussion needed? All right, all in favor of voting, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
What are we voting on?
Approving of the minutes.
Aye.
All right, any opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions other than myself?
I abstain.
I abstain.
Was that Mr. Franklin and Mr. Chatterton?
Yes, for Mr. Chatterton.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. All right, we'll have that for the record.
Okay, I heard Scott and Dana came in. I'm still missing Colin, correct?
I believe correct.
Okay.
All right, minutes are approved with 3 abstentions. And the next is our officer and committee reports. Have the agenda brought back up when you can.
Yep.
As far as chair report, I don't believe I have anything of any great relevance to report to this board from the previous month. So that would be really all I have. I'd go to our first vice chair, Mr. Mr. Bowman.
Sorry, I was muted. I heard my name.
Yeah, we're on officer reports.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I understand that we have some people in I think it's Northeast Michigan that are thinking of forming an affiliate. So I need to get in contact with them. I just found out about it. So I'll be reaching out to them. It was a busy couple weeks, so I didn't really get back with the people in Hillsdale who apparently don't really have a meeting. I would like, and I never got, I would like to receive a contact list. Perhaps the membership committee can help with this, containing just contacts within Jackson and Hillsdale County. Because I need to be able to reach out to other people living there to see if somehow I can do something to rescue that affiliate. That's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Stepp, for your report.
If I may, Mr. Bowman, the person to contact would be Ron Acton in Jackson Hillsdale.
Oh, yeah, and I know Ron Acton. The problem is he's been fairly inactive on the libertarian end of things, and the other Ron, who I also have contact with, he's supposed to be the chair, and I haven't been able to reach him as often either. I mean, I can get a hold of him, but then he hasn't really, it's kind of like he's all on his own by himself sort of thing. So that's the situation we got going over there. But thank you.
Got it. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think Larry, sorry, anyways. Larry in here on Raisin knows Ron Machinsky, but
Yes, I do.
And I have his personal email address. If depending on which one you have, Scotty, I can forward that information to you.
Yeah. I just basically they need to have more people involved in order to make it functional. It's basically the situation we have right now is they had a fairly large group, but a bunch of people within that group decided to get a little more involved with a different party.
Yes, and their chair passed away.
That being
someone helping with his name. I'm having a senior moment.
You're talking about Ron?
Norman. Norm.
Norm wasn't the chair. I thought he was the treasurer there.
Norm was our main connection to that affiliate.
Right. Yeah, and I know he's been gone for a while now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we continue with Norm's
passing.
business? Continue with business.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can
Sorry.
continue.
I'll take back the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I emailed out a written vice chair report just so you guys could kind of review what was going on and comment to kind of save some time today. But I'll go through a couple things because I know some people may not have gotten to the email yet. The biggest things were some of the recent activities that we've been and so there were some press releases that thank you to everyone that worked on those and got them out on social media. I know, and then the website. I know Charles and Donna did a great job getting those spread around, and a lot of people did some email and calling, which was awesome. To share those campaign press releases, and it actually was a really quite fruitful in that it led to the Women's League of Voters dropping out of the upcoming candidate forum at the end of the month here. So some headway there. In addition to that, with Ms. Sledge's campaign this week on Wednesday night, I attended the Michigan Public Issues and Ale out in Farmington, which it was a panel of hosts, including Rick Pluta and Zoe Clark from Michigan Public, and there was also Adam Heyman and John Selleck from Lansing, a couple of guys out there. But what happened is I did get to ask a question, and I asked about that race, specifically independent voters and third-party voters, and they did acknowledge that they at least knew of our reaching out. The host there, Zoe Clark, did answer a question, but she kind of shrugged me off, and I appreciate Raphael's follow-up there. I didn't get a chance to respond. I was just reading all everyone's emails right as we started here. But it looked like a lot of good motion yeah. And then that link with the YouTube. Actually, I'll put it in the chat too if anyone wants to save it for later. But that was pause. Useful. I think it was good use of time, and it was interesting to hang out with an NPR crowd. And I just lost my report. Otherwise, I've talked to a couple of candidates. I met one for lunch in Washtenaw County. Jay Jalot had a call with a candidate that I want to follow up with. Sounded really fruitful. And I've got the tracking sheets updated that Scotty was holding on to. And we've got, I think it's 8 people who have reached out about running for office this fall. And so, we're on our way. Hopefully we can once again have the most candidates of any of the statewide affiliates. That was really exciting in 2024. So hopefully that happens again. One of the things that I put in there is Allie Sleds in District 35 is hoping to do a door knocking event. I would like to try to provide some support for her if we can. I put in example pricing from Vistaprint. I put in $250 or $500, and that was $83 or $104. We can talk about that in open floor and see if after we get a report from our treasurer. But unfortunately, I do still have limited Civi access, so I haven't been able to get around in there. hopefully Jamie will be back in the area and can get that sorted out soon. Some of the other stuff, I started going back through voter gravity for those door knocking and want to do a training, I think, on those. So we could do door knocking and phone banking to be scheduled here in April next month. I talked to Charles about doing SMS campaigns through Civi's database just to get some more interest in our candidates this fall. Other events coming up, I think it'd be awesome if people started getting them on their calendars and getting everyone aware of. Like in the past, we've done like our Ann Arbor Art Fair, Cadillac Freedom Fest. There's a list there of things we've done, 4th of July parades, etc. Someone had asked me what the budget was for campaign support in 2024. In 2025, we didn't ever get to that because of the elections in July, because the elections were all in November. And by the time, I don't know what Scotty did for candidates, but in 2024, we spent $5,000, or we were allotted $5,000. I think we spent like 4,800 of that. It's in the minutes somewhere what the breakdowns were. And then there was just some other miscellaneous opportunities. You know, if candidates are asking what we should be talking about, I think the call for end of war in Iran is probably the number one thing on everyone's mind. I know that I've been following that like crazy. I see Mr. Saliba has some kind of a statement for us to review later, which I'm probably all in favor of. Yeah, so I don't know if anyone had questions, but that's a general overview of what I provided the written statement of.
Thank you, Mr. Stepp. We definitely appreciate your diligence, and the written report beforehand was quite helpful for me. All right, next I believe is our secretary report.
I see people raise their hand, but I'm wondering if we're going to turn this into a long discussion because I do have it later on again in the agenda, and we have guests.
I would scroll
What's
down
that?
a little bit. We can
Pardon
run
me?
through these fast as long as everyone keeps it within the 2-minute allotted time. It shouldn't be.
Yeah, I'm just told our guests that I would have them out of here, and if we end up with, I think it deserves a longer discussion, but I don't want him to have to sit through that. But
Yeah,
anyway,
we'll try and be accounting. Mr. Johnson, you have some comment?
Yes, I was trying to look this up online, but wasn't able to find the answer to my question, which is, did Mr. Hudson file to drop out of the Republican candidate for governor within the timeline to avoid the spoiler law that we have here in Michigan? I know that when we ran Mr. Johnson for president a few years back, we ran up against that spoiler law where we did not meet the deadline for the candidate to withdraw. And I'm concerned that nominating a candidate who wouldn't qualify would make us look incompetent if we weren't aware of and dealt with this issue. And I was wondering if Mr. Stepp knew what I saw in there, that he filed as a governor, which is an obvious misstatement since the filing cannot be done until after the nomination convention. But I'm interested in knowing if that paperwork has been completed in a timely fashion or if there will be a conflict.
I am not positive whether the processing of his dissolution of his candidate committee has, been finalized by the Secretary of State. I know sometimes that does require, like he has to clear out all those outstanding debts and things. And I haven't talked to him. I will be meeting with him this week, I guess, at the Capital area meeting. I can confirm that. But as far as the timeline, I believe that date is just the filing date for the April 21st or 2nd for the primaries. And so once he's not eligible for the primary, but he would only be filing for campaign finance, not the affidavit or any of that stuff. It's just the statement of organization, which, I mean, everyone, if you're going to run this fall, and you want to spend money or put a Facebook page or buy a website, before you actually get the nomination, should be doing that anyways.
Yeah, and our primary in Michigan for presidential is earlier than the regular primary, but the deadline for dropping out is earlier than the primary. I don't know what that deadline is. That's why I was current, and I'm not sure what paperwork it involves, but I do know we ran up against that with Mr. Johnson when we nominated him, and we need to make sure that this is not going to be an issue for us.
I can check while we're in this meeting. I do have that document with all the dates on my computer here.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Miss Carver? Start timer. You're muted, Miss Carver.
Darn it. I was just curious because Mr. Stepp is downstate where Mr. Hudson is making his rounds. Are we endorsing him as affiliates, or are we just allowing him to be at our affiliate meetings? Because it's very disturbing to me.
He's been up. He was up in the UP for a week, and he was down at Oakland. He's going to Calp, but he's been campaigning all over the place. I don't know his schedule exactly. I mean, I'm not really.
Has he spoken in Dearborn yet?
I don't know. Has he got someone from Wayne? Has he come to a meeting yet? But as far as endorsing him, we can't do that. We can't support him like until he gets the if he were to receive the nomination. So he's just campaigning just like anyone else here would be. I think the bylaw is pretty clear on that.
Okay, I was just making sure we cover our asses on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bowman?
Okay, what I was trying to get at, Larry had this issue he brought up, and having done the thing of actually participating in a Republican primary vetting process, if you will, running for U.S. Senate and then returning home here to seek the nomination of my party at convention. I can attest to the fact that you need, and this also applies to governor, even though it's a state office, whereas U.S. Senate is federal. In both cases, you have to file a mound of petitions, a large number, and it's specified, of petitions to get on the primary ballot. If you do not file those petitions, then you're not on the primary ballot. If you're not on the primary ballot, the entire spoiler law that you're referring to does not apply. The reason it applied in Gary Johnson's case is because presidential primaries are handled differently. With presidential primaries, they don't petition to get on the ballot. Rather, it is assumed that if they're actively campaigning and having a very visible campaign federally, that they are added on, or nationally, they're added on to the primary ballot unless they request not to be. And what happened in Gary Johnson's case is his staff didn't get him removed, according to Ruth Johnson, in time to not be on Michigan's primary ballot. And that's why the spoiler law occurred.
15 seconds left. All right, perfect. Thank you for that, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Chardon, I see your hand raised.
I'll be very fast. I believe I just found confirmation for this cycle that deadline is May 8th. I believe that Scotty referred to, but I believe everything else he mentioned seems to be accurate from my findings as well.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chardon. All right, if there's no other comments, we can move on to the rest of our officer reports and then committee reports.
Yeah, I asked Ken Molman to come tonight to talk to us a little bit. I know Jamie's been sort of out of reach lately, but we've had sort of some issues. I think some of them have been resolved, but we also had an issue that we were told about the proper way to send mass emails, and I think we're all doing it different ways. So that was one of the things I hoped he would address. But there were I'll just let him talk and everybody can ask questions, I guess. That's my report.
All right. Was he going to?
He was here. Yeah, he's here.
Or, because I believe we would have to make a motion to allow him to address the board real quick.
I'll make that motion.
Second. I was gonna say, he's been on the agenda. Why do we need him?
He's just I guess that's all. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion real quick on allowing him to speak? Is your hand up, Mr. Stepp?
Yeah, we skipped the treasurer report.
I thought treasurer was after secretary. That is my mistake.
I had it on the agenda
I
after because it's going to be lengthy, I think. So
I thought we were, I thought we were moving into that.
Thank you. All in favor of letting him speak, please say aye.
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 All right. Any opposed, please say nay.
who made that motion? I'm sorry.
I heard it's been moved. I don't know by whom.
I think Charles.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, it was me.
Any abstentions other than myself? All right, that's passed. You have the floor, Mr. I'm sorry, what was the name?
Molman, Ken Molman. Hey, everybody. I know some of y'all. I'm Ken Molman. I've been around a long time. I do various things. One of the things I have inherited is the old CRM system, and you guys are still on it. So there's a handful of things, and you know, because it's not being centralized through national anymore, it's a bit more chaotic. But the main thing mentioned about the email is that all mass emails are communication, right? If you're sending out large email communications, those should be sent through AWS, not sent as your individual mailbox. And that's just a general rule in general. Keeping in mind we have 780, I think it is, active users on the mail server. When people send out mass blasts using their individual boxes, it does things like gets us blacklisted on Gmail, all 779 other people. So we strongly discourage, in fact, it's in the TOS, to not send email blasts out through your individual mailbox that's meant for, you know, transactional stuff. Or, you know, a few friends on CC. And for that matter, you know, anything that stays within the server. So if you're writing to other LP Michigan email addresses or Michigan LP email addresses, it's fine, right? No big deal. It's when you send massive amounts of email to lots and lots of people. The way to do that through AWS is to create a mailing list in Civi and then, you know, paste it in there and send it. The question becomes then who has access to do those things. And I heard someone mention that Jamie has been kind of missing lately. I've noticed that too. So I would like to ask your committee to get somebody to be my point of contact, please. Because I do have other things that I actually need to talk to somebody from a technical standpoint, things that'll make your system better. It's back end stuff. It's boring. I'm not going to bore you with it. But there are reasons why I need to be able to communicate with your board. And obviously there are reasons why your board would want to communicate with me. Other than that, I've been really focused on boosting the security of the system, keeping everything patched and speeding things up. The system is faster, more secure, and better than it was when I received it from National. So that's kind of where everything is. The one thing I just fixed that was against TOS, I don't know if you guys saw it or not, or if you're who's on the mailing list or if anybody is, but forwarding. So email forwarding, the automatic forwarding used to be forbidden in the terms of service because when spam gets forwarded, bad things happen for a number of reasons. The short version is I was able to put in a hack to make it so that now if you set an external forward, so somebody emails your michiganlp.org email address and you want to receive it at your Gmail address, it's not going to attach it as an attachment, and it's going to be sent from your michiganlp.org email address. So it's going to come to you, addressed from you to your target mailbox as an attachment, and you should, in theory, be able to open that attachment and reply to it from your Gmail or wherever you're forwarding to. But that way, it looks like it came from you, from our mail server, and originated there. And because it's an attachment, it should reduce the spam flagging that we get nailed with. So that is now permitted, just in case anybody wants to use that feature. That's kind of where it's at. I'm open to questions, and like I said, I don't want to take up your whole meeting. By the way, all the eyes thing, it keeps making me think of Ozzy Osbourne, but the eyes in a row. But the point is that if you guys could appoint somebody to be my point of contact, I'm more than happy to answer any and all questions. I will note one more thing before opening the floor or whatever you guys want to do. If you decide you want to leave the system, right? If you say, hey, you know what, Civi's not working for us, whatever, I don't care. I don't make any money from this. Like your $50 a month literally just keeps the lights on. I literally lose money every time I play with this system because I could be doing stuff that gets me paid. So it's up to you, right? I don't care either way. But if you're going to do it, now is the time to plan it. Like if you're going to do it, start planning it now. Don't try to do a last minute migration. It will always fail. Your decision by contract has to be, I think it's the last day in August in the contract. So just keep in mind, keep that timeline in mind. Don't wait till the last minute. If you decide to leave, you're going to hate yourself if you're trying to do a last minute migration. You're welcome to stay, but if you want to go, now's the time to plan that. So I just wanted to make sure, full transparency, I'm not holding anybody hostage here. So that's all.
Input on that. We definitely do greatly appreciate that. We may have either a few comments or questions. Let's run through this. Mr. Johnson, I see your hand up first.
Yeah, mine is along the lines of a comment. I noticed a lot of duplications and even triplications of email in the last month because people were sending to individual email addresses such as chair at, vice chair at, district one rep at, and then also sending to the executive committee list and one other list that all the executive committee is on. Please,
yes,
don't do that. I hate wading through all that junk, and it can't be good for our email volume.
No kidding.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Bowman, you're up next.
Yeah, actually, I had a couple questions. I'll try to keep each of them brief. The first one is, if I'm trying to email a huge list of people, then I need to go through somebody else. I can't just put a list on the BCC line and then I have to email that list to whoever else is going to be doing it. Do I have that right?
Yes. So the right way to do that, right? You can do it two different ways. Through the CRM, you need to use it uses AWS. Now, I want to be very clear. It's my understanding that your AWS account is jacked up. That's okay because we can just open a new one. I just went through this with West Virginia. They got approved minutes, solved, right? So that's why I need a technical contact with your state so I can work through this stuff. This was stuff I was working with Jamie on before I don't know what happened, but she's not responsive. But the point is that, and I hope that nothing's wrong. I don't know. Anyway, the point is that if you're going to send a mass mailing, you should never send it from an individual mailbox. Like you shouldn't do it on Gmail. You shouldn't do it on Yahoo. You shouldn't do it on any of that, right? If you're going to send a mass email and you want it to actually reach the recipients, you should be using a mail provider, whether that's AWS or what's more user-friendly as far as like, humans entering data would be like a MailChimp or something like that. Any of those solutions work. Right now, I'm pretty sure your AWS is broken because your account is broken. So I don't even know if you can send through Civi right now. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm thinking of another state. Somebody's AWS is broken. I thought it was Michigan's. But yes, just in general, like as a rule of thumb, the days of forwarding email, just regular, right? My workaround will work because it's sending it from your account out. But forwarding email is no longer a good practice, and sending out a big list from your personal email address is a bad practice. You really need to be using something like MailChimp, AWS, one of those type of services to send mass mail.
Okay, so I would forward let's say I have just a text file full of email addresses. I would send that file over to whoever the AWS manager is, and that person would send the emails.
So it would be in the CRM, right? Who can select contacts and send a mailing. So I don't know who has access to what on your system. I know Jamie had access. It sounds like Trevor never got his access straightened out because I know that was about the time Jamie started being, I don't know what was going on, but if somebody can tell me Trevor's allowed to have that access, I can just make that so and take care of that since it's been hanging for a month. But basically somebody with the access to the entire database or to the county, but who also has the ability to send email, keeping in mind that that's going to be sending from the state's AWS account. So the upside is that when you send through AWS, and this is why we like doing it through AWS, it's cheap. It is 1/10 of 1 cent per recipient, I believe. So like you can send, I mean, like a state affiliate can send emails like once a week and end up with a bill at the end of the month of like $4. It's like ridiculous. So that's why we want to use AWS typically, because MailChimp's going to cost you $35 a month or whatever it is.
Okay, my other question was whether or not, because let me just back this up with subdomain old.michiganlp.org, and in that subdomain we have kind of a parallel website with some old legacy stuff, just a little historical stuff, references that way.
Yes.
And also the web space that's used for that, I used to have FTP access to, so I could put like documents and things directly into specific file locations to be referenced. And my FTP access doesn't work anymore. Is that something that I go to you about, or do I have to go to Domainit about that?
So what ended up happening with that is that they closed that account and it moved over to one of my servers. So old is on my hardware here, the same hardware the Civi's running on. And that was done because you guys were paying, I want to say it was like $100. It was something about $100 a month for that and a couple of other things combined. So it's a cost savings thing of like, you know, I'm not charging you to keep old.michigan.org alive right now. Like it's just there. So I should be able to do that. But yeah, that shouldn't be a problem to give you. It wouldn't be FTP, it'd be SFTP, but yeah, I should be able to give you access.
So I just email you at Ken Molman at okay, I'm Scott Bowman, Scotty Bowman at MichiganLP.org. I can just email Ken Molman then.
Yeah, Ken at Molman.com or Ken.Molman at LPstates.com. One or the other.
Okay.
That'll get to me.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you then, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Sheridan and then Ms. Thornton.
Yes. I wanted to mention, I believe that Jamie has been out. She's unfortunately having a family health emergency, and I think is out of the state right now. But I think that will be a time-bounded circumstance, and I'd expect to see her able to resume her normal level of performance on that after that is passed. So, however, though, I wanted to ask, you mentioned about the renewal date, and I wanted to clarify with the date in August, is that to renew for a year at a time or something? I just rejoined the board, so I haven't heard any previous updates. Okay, so is that kind of year-long chunks?
Yeah, it's an annual contract that you are permitted to pay for on a monthly basis if you want to. Some states have decided to just pay the whole thing per year. Not going to hurt my feelings either way. It runs the term runs November 1st to October 31st of each year. And that in order to make sure the system is viable and to give options, and because we're basically, was it 18 or 19 states using the system in some way, making sure that we're paying for it, right? That's basically what it comes down to. So we just need to have the notice long enough that we can adjust. So that's why the August date, so that by November 1st we have our accounting in order for the next year.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for clarifying.
No problem. And thank you for letting me know about Jamie. And I was afraid that might be the case, and I'm sorry to hear that. So.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Thornton.
Yeah, I don't know if this is in order at this time. I'd like to move to appoint Raphael to the committee and authorize him to act in Jamie's absence. I understand that Jamie's absence was unplanned, and honestly, it just makes the case for redundancy. We should always have at least two people capable of handling this type of thing. So, because when one is gone and it entirely shuts down, it's just not, there's no reason for that. We've got multiple people here who can do this. So I don't know if you want me to make the motion now or later, or, I'll defer to you on that, but that's all I had.
And maybe more pregnant to put that to open floor just so we can get through these reports. We're already going a little over on time. Thank you for that. Is there anything else before we continue?
Mr. Chair, if I may close very quickly, if you guys have any questions, through the chair, obviously, is who I listen to. That's my main point of contact. And then, Mr. Chair, if you want to delegate or designate or whoever you want to have as your point of contact, just please let me know. And I'm happy to accommodate. And in the end, any squabbles over access or anything else are going to go to you. Sorry, but I have no other way to determine who should have access to what.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. If we do update a point of contact, you will be hearing from us.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time. Sorry to interrupt. And you all take care.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
All right, Ms. Secretary, did you have anything else for your report before we
Nope.
move to the treasurer?
Nope.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Duke.
My internet started acting up 5 to 10 minutes ago, so interrupt if you can't understand me. So the convention income and expenses, the bottom line is a loss of $961. How I got to that requires some understanding of what might be an expense or what might be income, and there's some subjectivity to this. Our direct expenses, which are absolutely expenses for the convention, like the hall, the food, AV, and then notices, which were combined with that holiday card, totaled $8,718. Now I divided the notices in half with the holiday cards, so that only accounts for half of that expense. But all those can be attributed to the convention. The direct income, which would be registrations for the convention, where people paid for food or for the speaker and events, or paid cash, we got $4,901, which is a significant loss. But when we look at membership renewals, which tend to always occur around conventions, I included up to 60 days before the convention. Then our total income for the convention reaches $7,757, which, offset by that first number with the expenses, gave us the loss of $961. Now, a lot of things happen with memberships. We did the holiday card. We were increasing membership fees. And it's just the end of the year, or beginning of the year. Some people might pay at that certain time. So it's really impossible to give the exact number that I know many people want to hear. But if you just think we lost about $1,000, I think that's accurate. I could also run these numbers in many different ways off of my Excel sheet if anyone wanted to filter differently. As for non-convention related expenses, we spend $53 on Moment Enterprises every month. Our January income from memberships, which was already included in my statement prior on the convention, was $1,615 or $1,615. And February's membership has been $608. Our balances on the accounts, we've got in our general 1,247, our state 3,161, and federal 5,515.
Can you send that to me in writing, Andrew?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that is all I can report. Any questions?
Thank you for that, Mr. Duke. I do see Mr. Chardon, you have your hand raised.
Yes. Is there any precedent for counting memberships as a convention income? I'm not sure I've ever heard of that being done before.
I am completely unaware of any precedent. I'm not so sure if anyone else is.
What was the question about?
I was wondering if there's any precedent to justify accounting membership payments as convention income. I don't think I've been aware of that happening, and I'm not certain, but I wanted to say that I think membership payments are required to be accounted for differently under campaign finance law, if I'm not mistaken.
I'd like to reply before anyone answers precedence. I may not have been clear enough. I ran these numbers for this report in many different ways. I have everything separated on a spreadsheet. Things for the convention were state allocated. Memberships were not part of the state convention.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Duke. That answers your question, Mr. Sheridan. We can move on to Mr. Johnson.
I would inquire to the treasurer if any of the funds from Comerica have showed up in our accounts yet.
No.
Thank you.
All right. If there's no other questions or comments, we can move on to our committee reports. Or Ms. Carver, do you have your hand raised?
Yeah, because this is something that I've been kind of concerned with. And I've got all the things written down, and it might help if I get your spreadsheet, Mr. Duke. The holiday card, I know it was combined with the convention card, so that made it weird. Do we see that broke even at all, or like did we get donations enough to cover the holiday card this year? Or do you have that broken down?
It cannot be attributed either way.
Right.
The holiday cards created membership renewals, and we also had the notice at the same time. I don't think there's any possible way to separate the two. So the best I can say is the holiday cards, half of this again was $1,101.84.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Duke.
Thank you.
And moving on to the committee reports. I know we have a few. If you have a committee report, if you could just raise your hand now so I can see an order to go in. All right, Ryan Henry, we can start with you.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I guess since this piggybacks on the treasurer's report, I was going to ask it, but it's redundant. So I had just recently checked the PO box, and I had emailed this information to the chair yesterday or the day before. So I was not sure if this information was included in his numbers that he gave us. But we did receive two more responses from the holiday card. One $35 for an annual membership and one $350 for a lifetime membership. And we also received a check from the H Hotel for a refund in the amount of $772.51. So I will be putting these in an envelope or something of that regard and shipping them to Mr. Duke. Mr. Duke, I sent you an email. If you could please confirm that you'd like that sent to your address, I'll get those out next week. Moving along to the membership committee report. Current membership stands at 316. That is down from January of 317. We did, however, have 11 brand new members join us in February through, I think, about 8 counties. One of those brand new members was a lifetime member in Huron. So our lifetime members sit at 115. So that is 49% of total membership in Michigan is lifetime. And we have 300, and the report says 24, but with new data, LP national members residing in Michigan comes to 326. Thank you, Donna, for relaying the national data from LP National. That is helpful for us to include in our report. We're still having some small search issues with Civi. It's mainly a matter of us figuring out how to do things with new changes with Civi. Some issues will be brought to Ken Molman or the IT department directly. And Mr. Goebel's membership has been reflected in Civi. Suspended is not an option, so we've got it canceled for the next 5 years. I have put in a ticket to get that request that we can actually put suspended in there, so it's a little bit more clear. Canceled it can get misinterpreted as not enforceable, but maybe by the member's request. So I'd like to get that in there as suspended, but that has been reflected in Civi database. Outside of that, we did release a statement regarding honoring Mr. Hornt's lifetime membership. We have a couple of requests. We will honor Mr. Hornt's lifetime membership. We have some requests. If those requests are denied, we would like that it be noted that this membership is in protest, but we will still fulfill that duty with our hands being forced by the board. That concludes membership report.
All right. Thank you for that. Do we have any comments or questions?
Yeah.
Yeah. Chuck, you'd like to go by Chuck?
Yeah, that works.
All right, you're right. Actually, are you a board member?
Yeah, this is Charles. I don't know why my name changed. I'll fix it.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Anyway, it shouldn't have changed. But anyway, I guess the question I have, there were just so many emails going back and forth about Fred. My one question is are all we looking for is that a payment is made, and the question is, does it have to come from him, or can it come from anywhere?
No, at this point, I would prefer it not come from Fred because he's already paid that $250. We request that a donation be made in his name in kind from the membership that took the $250 in the first place. That would be preferred. But if the board wants to overrule that, we'll honor it, but under protest for not.
All right.
Funds.
Do you mind if I address that, Tim?
Yeah, feel free.
Okay. I will be providing a screenshot in the meeting. I will pay for his membership so we can move on from this. I am really tired of this stuff. So I will pay the $350, even though I don't even have a lifetime membership personally.
Well, I certainly wouldn't enforce the new $350 price limit. It would be $250 honored at the time that he purchased it. I mean, that is completely up to you, Mr. Essner. That would be very, very generous of you, and the matter would be dropped as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that would be indeed very kind, and
yeah, consider it dropped. It'll take me a minute.
I would just make a donation, and then we'll make an in-kind, because we were going to do it in-kind anyway. So,
well, hopefully, moving forward with Mr. Essner's donation, that matter can be finally put to rest, and Mr. Hornt's membership can be honored faithfully. We do have quite a few comments here, so let's run through them. Keep in mind, we are at 2-minute comments. For questions, I do pause them while they're being answered. But Mitch Carver?
Okay, I would say that if we're going to try to be in line with the law, it would be the in-kind donation, and Charles can just donate what he wants to donate, because nobody should have given more money because Mr. Hornt already gave the money. This was during the beginning of the split, before any of the lawsuits were in play here. And if anybody seems to have a problem with where that money went, which it went to the party at the time, then
No,
we
it
should
did not.
really.
It did not go to the
Cállate
party.
la boca.
Thank you. She does
It's
have
my
the floor.
time, dude. Seriously.
Thank you.
Anywho, so during the same time, like, so the only person that we seem to have a problem with is Mr. Horn. There was an 8-month period where all of the Michigan membership donations, the re-ups of members, were sent to national to be part of the legal fund. So therefore, we cannot say anything about Mr. Horn's membership unless we really want to challenge what happened for 8 months while that money was going to national. And that is in the minutes. That is valid. That is written down. So please, I agree. We move on from this. This is past news. This is both sides did things. And I would say 8 months of membership going to national is way bigger than Mr. Horn's $250. And he's a good dude. And he didn't do any of this mess. And he wasn't part of any of this. He's just a dude that bought a lifetime membership. So please, let's just be civil to each other and stop this madness.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Carver. Charles, do you have your hand up to speak again on the matter? Or is your hand just...
No, not on this matter. I show, it's not allowing me to take a screenshot at this moment, but I show on my credit card that $350 has been charged for the Libertarian Party of Michigan.
Would you like me to refund you $100? I said I'd offer it at $250.
No, we're gonna stick at $3. Just put it towards this year's membership.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. The committee chair has no authorization to reduce the price of a membership.
Well, it's was due to the fact it was at the time the balance was 250. That was why it was reflected as such and not as being a new member.
You can't have it both ways. I would appeal the ruling of the chair on that, but I'll speak to that when you get to me.
All right. Well, thank you again for that generous donation, Mr. Essner, and hopefully that can help us put this to rest really quickly. Mr. Chatter, did I see your hand up next?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to get some clarification. Ms. Carver just stated that the money did actually go to the party. However, there is a specific court filing, I believe a declaration filed by Ms. Thornton, in which she lists this specific donation that it did not come to the party. It went to Genesee County Libertarian Party without, I don't think with any notice, but I'm not sure. But I know from that hearing, though, the statement of all the individuals in that case that were that submission was made on behalf of, it was a consistent statement that every single person that gave that money had no confusion about where things were going and what it was for and the risks involved in the contested leadership and all of those things. So I was kind of concerned about the contradiction between statements with what we've heard recently as that there was confusion and we're just looking out for members. So I'm kind of curious whether somebody was misled then or someone is being misled now.
As far as those court proceedings, I have not reviewed them. I cannot give any testimony to that.
Well, they're on record. It's a public court filing.
Yeah, I'm just saying I cannot give any personal contest because I have not reviewed or looked at that record, and I unfortunately do not have the ability to pull it up in front of me. But
I think
thank you.
we have individuals who were responsible for authoring that are here today that maybe could speak to it.
If anyone would like to speak to it, I will allow a rebuttal, if anyone would like to. All right, hearing none.
I would like to speak to it in rebuttal because it was addressed to me. No, I was literally on the board when I found out about this and I was angry about it and I was told to go away. I could not believe that our money was going to national for the lawsuit against people here in Michigan. And I made a big deal out of it and it's on the record. And there was, I mean, maybe your board voted for it, but the membership didn't know because nobody knew. They just were renewing their membership unless they actually went to the meetings. So
that wasn't the question, Ms. Carver. Would you address the court filing in the trademark case?
If we can.
Cállate la boca, pendejo. I had the fucking floor.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I don't think such insults and attacks are appropriate.
Oh, stop it.
If we can.
Telling you to shut up is not a personal attack. Stop interrupting people, dude. I'm done with you. No. No one knew. I mean, this is bullshit. Let's put it this way. We can't bitch about one dude's membership when for 8 months, all Michigan memberships were going to national. Let's just
You are
stop.
down to 30 seconds for your rebuttal, Mrs. Carver.
Yeah, that's all I have to say. This is stupid.
All right, thank you for that. Moving on, I can see a few more hands up. If we can get through this in an orderly, polite fashion. Ms. Thornton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I object strongly to the notion that Charles is buying a membership for Mr. Horn. The board has already adopted a motion recognizing Mr. Horn's lifetime membership, which already granted him membership rights. Under Robert's rules, that motion.
Point of order.
No.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Does have the floor, I believe, right now. If we can do this quickly and orderly.
Point of order is an interruptible motion.
All right, Mr. Sheridan.
The board doesn't have the authority to grant a membership and to waive a fee for that. The bylaws require the
Point of order.
memberships are granted for dues.
Point of order.
Mr. Chair, will you call the member to order?
You have to mute the entire chat. Everyone, please be calm. All right, we have gone through the bylaws on this. As far as I can see, Charles voluntarily did this so that we wouldn't be deprived into these type of arguments. They even said they would honor it under protest. Charles did this as a kind gesture and a very generous one, so hopefully out of respect for him, we can conclude this rather swiftly.
Yes, I understand that.
Point of order, the board doesn't have the authority to violate the bylaws even by unanimous vote.
I think Ms. Thorne did.
Point of order, Chair.
We did your point of order, and we had 4 other people call out point of order, so we have to do this orderly.
I have the floor. If Mr. Chatterton feels strongly that way, then he has the obligation to file something with the judicial committee. He has been told that repeatedly. It is a violation of campaign finance law for one person to make a donation in someone else's name. Now you guys can, so what this is basically doing here is either like giving a wink and a nod to that law and allowing the board to blackmail us. I'm not a big fan of this. And I yield my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. All right, moving on. Mr. Johnson, your hand was up next.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to reiterate that I do agree with Angela that campaign finance does make it illegal to do this. And if Mr. Essner made this donation, we should consider it a lifetime membership for himself. Second, I would like to quote from the bylaws. It's very brief, so I won't run too long. Membership shall be granted to any person who affirms the statement of principle and whose LPMI dues are current. Section 2, the party may offer lifetime memberships, which shall convey the same rights and privileges as any annual member whose dues are current. All previously issued lifetime memberships shall be honored in the same manner. There is no mention of money in that clause. Now, traditionally, we have collected $350, used to be $250 for these lifetime memberships, but the bylaws do not require it. And we have voted as a board to say, accept this. If the membership chair refuses to accept this and change Mr. Horn's status, we should remove him. That is all I have to say.
All right, thank you. I see Mr. Bowman's hand up was next.
Yeah, first of all, I thank you, Larry, for stealing some of my thunder and bringing that up because, yeah, I've already gone over the bylaw thing. There's this mythology of it requiring a payment, and it does not. Secondly, the whole argument about the 250 versus 350, basically this is Mr. Henry talking about what makes him feel good, and what makes him feel good is the 250 that was paid originally, so that's why that number came up. It wasn't really a matter of him having any control over our membership dues. And as far as the law goes that Angela is bringing up, Mr. Estner donated $350 to the party. Thank you, Mr. Estner. That's it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's no law violated there. It's not. Basically, Mr. Horn's membership has already been respected, so we don't need to consider that a payment for someone else's membership. I yield. Oh wait, no, there's one thing. I'm sorry. Whoa. Also, Mr. Henry sent an email out saying that he would only want to investigate money paid to the National Party on behalf of Michigan Party memberships if a member complained about not having his lifetime membership respected. Well, Mr. Horn made no such complaint, so why investigate him? Why have a different standard for the National Party? I don't get that.
No, Mr. Hart very much did say that he paid for a lifetime membership and did not get the membership. So then I went and tried to track down who Mr. Hart gave his $250 to and then did absolutely nothing to ensure that he got that membership. Let's speak very clearly about what happened. Mr. Horn was made to believe that he purchased a membership for $250, and the people that he gave that money to did absolutely nothing to make sure that membership was notified of it, it was put in Civi, or a single proper protocol was followed in order to make sure that that membership was actually granted 3 years ago.
Point of order.
So none of the people on.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm out of order. Never mind.
Mr. Henry, if you'd like to be recognized, you have to raise your hand. I was going to bring that up after. But yes, Ms. Secretary?
This is a point of order is an interrupting motion.
Yep.
We are straying far off topic here, and I know time is of essence. The whole issue here is, does Fred Hort have a lifetime membership? Yes, he does. The board voted that they did. The next step here is, has Ryan made the entry that reflects that in the board's database? He apparently has not. I would like to request the chair to reiterate our decision that the membership stands, and then let's close this topic and move on.
Yeah, I will know I did put out an email earlier saying it. I do wish to affirm it at our previous standing, and I still continue to. If we can have Mr. Horn's membership set to his current status of lifetime membership as immediate as possible, even under protest, that would be greatly appreciated from this board as directed.
It will be done by the end of the night. But I would like our other requests to at least be entertained. But he will get his lifetime membership by the end of the night.
Thank you. And we can continue with the rest of that issue as needed in an orderly fashion, if presented properly. Mr. Bowman, do you have one more thing to add? This would be your second time speaking. I see your hand up. If there's anything, you're the last hand up.
Now I'm trying to remember. It was just. I'm just gonna let it go. If we can just close this whole discussion, I'm sick of it.
Thank you. All right, we can consider the membership committee report concluded. And I do know we have another committee report. Mr. Essner, if you would like to give your report at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 1 second, everyone. I just want to make sure everyone checks their email. We did send out a communication we received regarding the Comerica case. So we became aware of, at the end of the day, Tuesday, of a motion, and Nick, our lawyer, provided a proposed response. We coordinated over the next few days and met today, which was as soon as we could, to review Nick's or Mr. Curcio's proposal, and whom we've paid to represent us. The committee reviewed the proposed response and advised the board to accept it as it gets to the matter at hand to resolve the issue to return funds without addressing legacy conflicts, which are irrelevant. Therefore, I move for the board to approve Nick to proceed.
Can you clarify the statement a little bit? Do you mean to accept the
second
order?
For Nick to proceed with his proposed.
What is the proposed action or response? I didn't understand that.
Could some of this be done in executive session? Question mark.
No, I'm sorry.
I
No.
second.
Or has it been sent to the board what that is? If we don't want to go into it, is it in our emails?
Yes, you haven't read your emails in there.
Yeah, it was sent as soon as we were able to
Second.
review it.
And I'm trying to understand what this is before we go to a vote on it, and I'm working on pulling up the emails, but it's kind of hard to read with the.
How about we move it?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Excuse
Mr.
me.
Chair. Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It would be appropriate.
Are we being asked to vote on something for legal matters without understanding what it is?
We have
No.
Everybody understands. You don't read your
I
email.
No, we don't.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
We had an interrupting motion. Was that member?
Do I have the floor, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay. I do not believe it would be appropriate for Mr. Chatterton to either vote on or speak on this issue, since he is one of the subjects of this lawsuit. And he is basically the opposition in this case.
Will the same apply to Ms. Brungart, Mr. Brungart, Mr. Sliba, and Ms. Thornton?
We'll say, Mr. Chair, if you could wait to be recognized or call a point of inquiry or interrupting motion.
My apologies,
I
Mr.
just don't want
Chair.
to get the stick into the weeds. It does say, I believe, under Roner, if you believe there is a conflict of interest, you are supposed to abstain. I don't know about speaking to the motion, but this is an active case, so please, no one proceed in a way that could damage
Tim.
yourself or court proceeding. And we have a few hands up now. The motion to move forward has been seconded, so now we are talking on the motion. Everyone is allowed to talk twice with a 2-minute time frame. I see Ms. Carver's hand up first.
Before I speak on the motion, I have a point of I'm not even sure what, and I don't care. Like you Roberts Rules geeks can figure it out. This is a weird zone that Andrew got himself into when he got elected to this. He cannot speak on certain subjects because he is the opposing lawyer. He's pro se, which makes him an attorney. And so you guys can decide how much he gets to have say of, but he should not be able to speak upon certain subjects because he is the opposing lawyer. He's supposed to speak to our lawyer, not us. So that's very confusing as to where that goes. So I don't want that to be part of my time. As to the motion in order, I will speak upon that now with my 2 minutes. It's a good rebuttal motion. It covers everything that we've been trying to do this whole time. This whole time, we have been trying just to end this last thing and get it done. We tried for 8 months to get this through, and what Mr. Curcio wrote that is in the emails is very similar to what Mr. Morgan was trying to do for the last 8 months. Just get this case settled, done, no strings, just get the money back into the Libertarian of Michigan's coffers, and just be done with all of it. No more BS, no more egos, no more anything. Just be done with it. And I might have time left for later. Just saying.
Thank you, Ms. Carver. Mr. Bowman, I see your hand up next.
Yes. I'm on that committee. We discussed it, read it over, and it comes down to this. The response we're supporting that our attorney representing us has recommended and sent to us simply accepts the statement that the Libertarian Party of Michigan has the right to the money, that the money be sent to our treasurer, and that all the other legacy issues that the other side has put forth are just that. They're a separate matter. It does not address those in one direction or the other. So we don't need to go back and forth about these legacy conflicts we've had and who was right and who was wrong. All it addresses is who currently gets the money, and there is no dispute about who currently is on the LEC. So that ends, that's settled. We can do that, move on, deal with other matters and other lawsuits if people so wish. That is why I support it, and I move the question.
Second.
All right. Calling the question as be called, I believe. We do vote on calling the question, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. All right. So all in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
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 It's going to go to roll call.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Request for information. Can we see it, the written motion we're voting on the screen, please?
And if our secretary can throw that
I
in
don't
there.
have it in front of me. Would anybody from the litigation
Yeah, I
committee
just
have
want to
it?
make sure we know what we're voting to call.
Well, I'm just asking if anybody else has
Just a
it.
minute. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Probably 100 emails back.
Yeah, just a minute.
Point of information is, Trevor, are you asking about the motion that's going through the court or Charles's motion that he just made that we're talking about?
Charles's motion.
Ah, right on. That's easy. Charles can just do that right from our meeting.
I'll have that thrown
Yep.
in the chat here in a second.
Yeah,
We still-
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Yeah, well, we are still in the vote and calling the question. So is there any nays to calling the question?
Nay.
Yes, nay.
Nay.
Nay. Division.
All right, Ms. Secretary, if you want to do a quick roll call vote for us.
Okay, this is for calling the question. Let me see. Eight. Okay, Scott Bowman,
Yay, in favor.
Trevor Stepp, Trevor Stepp, calling the question. I guess I'll come back to him. Andrew Duke.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Dana Carver.
Hells yeah.
Jay Gillette.
Yes.
Tori Heinrich.
Abstain.
Raphael Wolf.
Yes.
Larry Henneman.
No.
Larry Johnson.
Yes.
Leah Daly.
Yes.
Angela Thornton.
Yes.
Charles Essner.
Yes.
Mike Saliba.
Yepper doodles.
Dave Franklin.
I abstain.
Andrew Chatterton.
Abstain.
And Collins absent. So we have 11 to 1 to 4.
All right, question is called. So now we're on the motion to accept Mr. Curcio's proposal. All in favor, please say aye.
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 I'd like a roll call vote for this.
All right, roll call vote has been called. Ms. Secretary, if you'd like to run us through one more time.
Scott Bowman.
Absolutely.
Trevor Stepp.
No.
Andrew Duke.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Dana Carver.
Yepers.
Jay Gillette. Jay.
Yes. Sorry.
Tori Heinrich.
Abstain.
Raphael Wolf.
Yes.
Larry Henneman.
No.
Larry Johnson.
Yes.
Leah Daly.
Abstain.
Angela Thornton.
Yes, we need the party to get the money back.
Charles Essner.
Yes.
Mike Saliba.
Yep.
Dave Franklin.
I abstain.
Andrew Chatterton.
Abstain.
10 to 2 to 5.
We will have Mr. Curcio proceed in that. All right, moving on, back to the matter at hand. Is there any other comments from the litigation committee before we continue? All right, hearing that, I'll take that as a no. Is there any other committees that had a report to bring today? All right, seeing none, we can continue. Now we're into old business. I mean, they're not old business.
Announcements.
Announcements, rather. Thank you. Does anyone have anything to bring up?
Orders of the day.
Yeah, we are on announcements.
We should be moving on to
I
where it says
believe-
in the agenda.
Member comments?
Hearing no member announcements. We're on the member comments.
The
Ms.
next, oops, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have one. Ms. Carver?
Okay, so I'm going to keep going on this vein that I've been going on for years and years and years. Communication. Communication is key. We have to communicate with each other, and we have to stop this passive aggressive shadow bullcrap. We have to work together if we actually want to do something. Like right now, our entire world is falling apart. Our state is in like a weird fluctuation, and like everything is out of control. And yet here we are still having these stupid things about what happened way back when, 3 years ago, when this party like got destroyed. And some of us are trying to fix it. Some of us are trying to continue the chaos. And we have to stop this. We have to stop this freaky chaos. So I'm going to give you my mom's speech. Like, sit down, shut up, stop being a dumbass, and freaking just do the thing. Just do it. Just stop. Like, some of us are here for activism. Some of us want to spread the message. Some want to actually get people elected because they want rulers. But it doesn't matter. We have to stop with the court cases. We have to let them go. We have to stop with the blaming of all the things. We have to appreciate the few people that are left here. Like, we are out of volunteers. We are out of everything. Like, everything is freaking chaos. We just lost money on another convention. We have to stop this mess, guys. Come on. You have to stop. And then I will say, I would love to say in my last few seconds, we have to come up with a regional plan very, very soon, because we are at the point where we are being represented by people who are calling most of us frauds, cancer, and whatever the hell they want to call us, communists, like whatever day they pick. They are wreaking havoc at the national level, interrupting me, and just being total assholes. And we have to stop this. We have to really stop this. I would rather be affiliateless. Like, I would rather not be represented. I want to be just like
Ms. Carver, I hate to interrupt you, but you have reached your 2-minute mark. I do appreciate you on that. Mr. Saliba, your hand up is next.
Yeah, I just wanted to, chime in, act as chair of Macomb. Last week, I had a meeting with Mike Taylor. He's the mayor of Sterling Heights. He recently left the Republican Party because, basically federal overreach, ICE, and whatnot. I asked him if he was interested in joining our party. He really likes being an independent, but he did take a copy of The Libertarian Mind from me by David Bose, and he also told me that he is actually interested in enacting some libertarian ideas as an independent that he was previously held back from doing, when he was a member of the GOP. So it's not quite a new member yet, but it's somebody who's kind of interested and kind of an ally at this point, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Saliba. Ms. Thorne, I believe your hand up is next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to build on something that Dana had said as far as we need to get past all this. And I have some quotes here. one from some members of the previous board who indicated that they were also anxious to get past all this. One of the quote here is, one of the things that really had me disheartened over the last couple of years is hearing from members that they're not interested in participating because of all of the drama. And they'd say, oh, tell you, you can call me after the lawsuit's over, or you can call me after the drama is over or not. And then again, in this same context where they were speaking about a video, the next part of the statement, it says, well, it is going to be speaking to a lot of people who have been stepping back from the party. It would be nice to be able to something professional made to say, hey, come on back. We're all getting along. We're all going to work together here going forward. And we got through some tough times. That was Leah Daly on June 12th. Another member in that same meeting said, the overwhelming response we got despite all of our successes from people who have been around the party for years, that had been showing up consistently for years, is that they were not interested in being involved because of the lawsuits and all that. We don't have people's ear to come back to the party right now. They don't listen because they're concerned about lawsuits and drama. We owe our memberships to put this out, signal a change in direction for the party, and signal productive work that can happen now and hopefully be amplified by ending all the lawsuits, since we won't have to be wasting tens and tens of thousands of dollars defending ourselves. That is Andrew Chatterton. Both of these people have spoken in favor of ending the lawsuits and reuniting with the party.
I do hate to interrupt you, but you have reached your 2-minute mark.
I'm that timed perfectly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Mr. Henneman, your hand up is next.
Yeah, I agree that we should put all the personal animosity aside, that we should get over the drama. And I like hearing it from other members. But then I noticed that we have 2 items on the agenda tonight to remove members from the board. So, that kind of stuff makes it hard to move on and have peace in the party. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Henneman. All right, if there's no other comments, I see no other hands, we can continue with our business. Which is old business. If you could scroll down on the agenda, Ms. Secretary.
So really, we finished the old business already. We finished those 2 items, I believe.
Yep, and believe did we get back to the Midland Convention final report? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, the treasurer actually ended up giving that. I don't know if Trevor has anything else to say, but I was looking for numbers. I think people were looking for numbers.
All right. Then the next, we're on to new business. The first order of our new business is a motion to remove Mr. Franklin, requested by Larry Johnson. And I would like to just insist that we don't let our emotions lead this conversation and end in yelling. So please keep it orderly. Let's move on to the debate on the motion. Mr. Henneman, is your hand still up from earlier, or?
No, sorry.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bowman, I see your hand up first.
Yeah, my hand was up from earlier in a sense because I guess maybe I missed open floor or whatever old business, but I'm just wondering, is there anything on the agenda about planning our candidate nominating convention? Like, when is it?
The convention committee is
going to be
on there. That's
Oh, they're on the agenda just further down.
Yep. New business.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll withdraw. I guess while we're on the motion of Dave Franklin's potential removal, I was going to speak to that anyway. So here I go. I'm getting stepped on. Can we start over? The timer. Someone else has got the mic open or something.
Point of order. There is no motion on the floor yet.
Oh,
thank you. Motion on the floor is under the first item under new business. The motion to remove Mr. Franklin requested by Larry Johnson.
But the motion has not been made, and I will make that motion. And where I believe we are removing him for cause, which will be part of the debate. So I will not speak to that at this time.
I would second that motion.
All right, motion has been moved and seconded. We can move into an orderly debate. All right. Your hand is still up, Mr. Bowen. You said you were going to speak to this?
Yeah, that'd be fine. I'd like to echo the words of Mr. Henneman, that, going ahead and removing members when we're talking about move forward, have to go. Someone actually wrote a bit, damned about previous administration was and all did a purging of members. I do not want to be part of a purge. And I'm looking here at the two people listed, David Franklin and Andrew Chatterton. Obviously, it's a factional thing here. And no, I will not be party to.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bowman. We can move on to the next hand up, which is Mr. Essner.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Scotty went out on me. Okay. Yeah, I would like to speak against the motion to remove Mr. Franklin. One, the information that is being talked about that is kind of pushing people to want to remove him. This was known before he was reappointed or put on the board again by his district. So I think it's going against the members' wishes. I think it also is an issue of dividing and continued infighting, which we don't need. And then the other issue is that, to the best of my knowledge, unless someone can show me otherwise, all the alleged comments that are being made in areas that require
1 minute
vetting and access. This vetting and access means that it's not public, and he's not speaking publicly for the Libertarian Party in those areas. So I think people can have their personal opinions, and they may be wrong. We may dislike them. We may find them horrible, but people can have their personal opinions. And definitely in conversations, I will raise hypotheticals and will discuss topics and steelman topics and say things that people would consider inappropriate if they do not understand the full context. So I don't think we know the full context of what was said, how it was said, why it was said, and it was not being done in the name of the party. So I do not think he should be removed, along with the with his district putting him back on the board. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Essner. Moving on, Mr. Johnson, you're next.
I will start off by quoting Mr. Franklin directly. Open borders is a suicide pact, and I'm rooting for every ICE agent who kicks out another trespasser out with whatever force required. Anyone trying to stop the deportations hates America and wants us to become a third world shithole. People are not blank slates. Cultures are not all equal. Due to where they are raised, some people are actually lesser than us and will reduce our greatness. The belief that some groups of people are lesser than other groups is anathema to this libertarian movement, and having this person on the board is a perversion of libertarianism. This is not about his previous membership on the board. This information was not necessarily widely available when he was reappointed, and anyone who believes this way should not be in this board any more than Ravi Achin should be a member. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Thornton, you have the floor next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be clear, this issue is not about suppressing speech or punishing someone for having a controversial opinion. Libertarians strongly defend freedom of expression. However, the board members of this organization have fiduciary duties to the party. Among those duties is the duty of obedience. the obligation to act in a manner consistent with the party's mission and principles. Both the Libertarian Party platform and the national platform affirm inherent individual rights and equal liberty of all people. Public statements asserting that some groups of people are lesser than us and celebrating the use of force against them directly contradict those principles and associate the party with views fundamentally at odds with our stated values. Board members are not merely private individuals. We are stewards of this organization and representatives of what this party stands for. When a board member publicly promotes views that undermine those principles and damage the party credibility, it raises legitimate concerns about whether they are fulfilling their fiduciary duties of loyalty and obedience to this organization. For that reason, I believe the board should take this motion seriously and evaluate it based not on party wars, not on past history, but base it on our responsibility to protect the mission, the integrity, and the long-term health of this party. People are not coming back because of the racist trending that they see. And it couldn't be any more blatant than this. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Ms. Carver, your hand up is next. I believe, is this your first or second time before I start your timer?
It's my first time.
Thank you.
Okay. So, a couple things. We just had convention in January and whatnot, and we voted that we should abolish ICE. So as a party at convention, we voted to abolish ICE. But we do have a board member who is saying that ICE is the bee's knees and we have to purge the brown people, the lesser people. No, we're libertarians. We believe in the individuals. Lessers are individuals and they should be upheld. And we should never call anyone a lesser. There are no lessers. No one is above anyone in this entity of things. This is that hate. This is that division that I keep talking about. Like, as a country, we are divided and we shouldn't be. We should be loving each other, no matter if they're brown, white, orange, green, red. I don't care what color you are. We have to love people. And our party just said we had to get rid of ICE.
1 minute.
And if you don't want to, if you really love Trump and love his ICE, you also have to say that you denounce the magical parchments. So if you believe in the magical freaking parchments, ICE has been acting so very not with the magical parchments because they protect everyone that is here on this soil. All of everything that they're doing is wrong. They literally shot people without due process, without a reason. And here we are having a member of this board continue to say that people are lesser, that ICE is great, that the government is great. How is any of this libertarian?
Can I make a quick point of information?
Yes.
Ms. Carver, did you say that it's equivalent to say brown people or lesser people?
What?
No, sir. I'm saying that's what Mr. Franklin has said.
I don't think his statement said that. It seems you inserted that.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. That's who ICE is attacking is the brown people. So, they're even rounding up Native Americans, people who were here before any of us.
If we can keep this orderly, we do have the quote of Mr. Franklin if anyone would like to refer to that. Moving forward, though, Mr. Henneman, your hand is up next.
One thing I did notice is that everyone seems to be adding to Mr. Franklin's comments and characterizing them in a way that they see fit, and then attacking the mischaracterized comments. I'll vote against this because I find it repulsive to try to censure free speech when we're libertarians. And I also agree with the substance of Mr. Franklin's comments. Well, he didn't say any individual was less than us. He said cultures were less than us. And cultures that allow, for example, sex with children, cultures that bury women up to their waist and stone them to death. I would say cultures that engage in genocides. I would say that those cultures, as cultures, are less than us, and they would not contribute to our country. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Henneman. Mr. Franklin, I think I saw in the chat you would like to go last, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair, if you'll allow it.
Of course. Then we can move on. Jay, your hand is up.
Yeah, Larry, you just took the conversation in kind of a different direction. But Dave, speaking directly to you, I'm pretty repulsed by your point of view. I just am. I mean, we sat together and we have a board, and I don't find that I'd be terribly interested in spending much time digging into your point of view because I so oppose it. But here's my problem: you were supported by your affiliate. I'm not inclined, for any reason, for us to kick people off this board. It's never been a good idea. It's not going to be a good idea now. So from that standpoint, I'm glad I had a chance to say this publicly to you because couldn't remember what you wrote. It doesn't have to be embellished. It's just completely antithetical to kind of like what I think Scotty said, to my opinion about what our Libertarian Party is about. And to Larry's point, we're not a cultural party. We're a political party. And when you speak of cultures, you speak in groups. And you speak in groups, you speak of collectives. And that makes you collectivist. And it's the thing that's destroying a lot of people's opinions about what's good about libertarianism. So, I'm in favor of letting people come in and establishing their own lives and lifestyles in this country, supporting themselves and being peaceful people. But other than that, I'm not going to vote for removing Dave, in spite of the fact I just don't have much more to say to you, dude. So
30 seconds. Thank you, Jay. Mr. Duke, you're next.
I disagree with Mr. Franklin's posts and writing. I do not believe they are in line with the Libertarian Party platform. And I also suspect that it can be used against our party, and in the future it may be, whether that be from our opponents or internally. But I agree with Jay and Scotty and others that I will not vote for removal.
Thank you, Mr. Duke. Ms. Carver, I see your hand up. Do you want to speak for a second and final time on the matter?
Yeah, I would just like to say that it saddens me that we are trying to bring members in, bring volunteers in, bring affiliates in, and we have to explain why we're okay with this on our board. That is, it saddens me. It saddens me that again, we are here in this position and we're okay with this. And, if that district is cool with this, I mean, I guess whatever, but I don't believe that we should have people on our board that feel this way. I mean, we might as well just pack up and go home at this point because none of this reflects anything that happened in 1972 in David Nolan's freaking living room. And that's why I joined this party. And this is wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Carver. Mr. Bowman, I see your hand up. Do you want to speak for your second time?
Yes, if that's allowed.
Yeah, 2 times per motion.
Okay, thank you. I would like to move to amend this motion to be a motion to censure or censure.
I second that.
Censure. Thank you.
There is a motion to amend, and it has been seconded. Is there any debate on that motion? Mr. Wolf, I see your hand up.
I don't have any debate. I was wondering if Mr. Johnson would be allowed to read the comments one last time.
Are you referring to Mr. Franklin's post?
Correct. Yeah, it's been a while. Maybe even at the end he could read them. Not necessarily now, but
I mean, if it's in front of Mr. Johnson, if you'd like to reread that one last time, or
We
you
have
can
a
put it in
motion
the
to
chat.
amend on that. I believe we have a motion to amend on the floor that should be addressed first.
Okay. If that's all right with Mr. Wolf, we can just continue with the motion to amend. Is there any more debate? I see Mr. Franklin's
Point
hand
of
up.
parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
This amendment, was it a substitution of the removal to a censure, or is it an addition that we are removing and censuring?
It was a substitution.
It's a amend by substitution.
So, yes.
I have a point of inquiry. Was there a second?
It had
Yes.
been seconded.
All right, cool. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Franklin, I see your hand up. Do you want to talk about the amended motion on the floor?
Yeah, I would just like to clarify that these statements were made in a private Discord, which is only accessible to members of the National Libertarian Party. And there are many different heated debates with many different points of view. And just because a platform is approved by a simple majority of a convention does not mean that the minority no vote is somehow automatically changed and we blindly all support the platform. So the only reason why this is even an issue is another state party member, Mr. Canny, decided to take a private chat and place it into the public's eye on Facebook while also threatening, in a veiled threat, threatening the livelihood of a man who has two small children and only wants nothing but the best for his people and country. So that's my position on this motion. You can censor me if you want, but the fact of the matter is, this is not an acceptable position to take as libertarians. We should not be endorsing thought crime. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Jay, I see your hand up.
Yeah. This is my second time. Censoring's dumb. I know that. It's dumb. Accomplishes nothing. It's just virtue signaling for some point of view. Not exactly why I seconded the idea, other than the fact to give people an easy runway off. Because Dave, like I said, I really don't like what you said, and that can be handled in private conversations, like right now. I mean, this is good because this is private. But beyond that, I do struggle with the idea of a censure because it's so toothless, it's so meaningless. And I will not support removing any member support of them breaking crimes that we realize they can't be a member because of. So anyway, so that's how I feel about the censure too, because I think it's just if I think we should either. I'm going to speak against my second. We should either vote to ban him or not. But the censure is dumb. So it's a halfway measure that means nothing.
Call the question.
Yeah, what the heck?
All right, I believe.
Second.
Are all in favor of calling the question? Please say aye.
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 All right, all opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions other than myself?
I abstain.
Information. We're voting on the amendment, correct?
First is the amendment, then we made motion.
Is that Dave Franklin that abstained?
Yes.
Okay.
Aye.
All right. All in favor of adopting the amendment
We get a
substitution
counted vote, roll call vote.
for this one?
Yes, please.
All right.
Or I'm sorry, this was I thought we were on the main motion. If that's not the case, I withdraw my request.
Okay. Yeah, we are on the amendment. So all in favor of the amended, adopting the amendment, please say aye.
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 And all opposed, please say nay.
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 I believe the nays have that unless anyone wishes to go through a roll call.
Division, roll call.
No.
All right. Roll call has been called. Ms. Secretary, if you'd like to run us through real quick.
So this is yes or no for amending it to censure.
Correct.
Scott Bowman.
Yes.
Trevor Stepp.
Yes.
Andrew Duke.
Yes.
I vote yes. Dana Carver.
No.
Jay Gillette.
No.
Tori Heinrich.
No.
Raphael Wolf,
No.
Larry Henneman,
No.
Larry Johnson,
This is on the amendment, correct?
yes.
No.
Leah Daly,
Yes.
Angela Thornton,
No.
Charles Essner,
No.
Mike Saliba,
No.
Dave Franklin,
No.
Andrew Chatterton,
Abstain.
5 to 10 to 3.
All right, so that amendment failed. We are now back onto the main motion.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Is it appropriate for Mr. Franklin to be voting on this?
On an amendment, considering how his vote
Point,
went up.
point of order. There's not grounds to stop any member from voting on any motion.
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, he may feel obligated to abstain, but that's about the most I can force.
Request for information.
That's why I asked.
Yep. Yes.
Did
Mr.
the
Bowman?
amendment pass?
No, amendment failed. 5 to 10. All right. So on the main motion, are we going to need to proceed with? Try and do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Wait,
Like a
all in
roll
favor
call
of
on the main
Main
motion.
motion?
Yeah, we need a
roll call, please.
Okay.
Scott Bowman,
On the main motion?
Yes.
No.
Trevor Stepp,
No.
Andrew Duke,
No.
I vote yes. Dana Carver,
Yes.
Jay Gillette,
No.
Dory Heinrich,
No.
Raphael Wolf,
No.
Larry Henneman,
No.
Larry Johnson,
Yes.
Leah Daly,
No.
Angela Thornton,
Yes.
Mike Saliba. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I forget Charles Essner.
No.
Dave Franklin,
No.
Andrew Chatterton,
No.
Tim Teagan.
Abstain.
All right, 5 to 11 to 1.
All right. That motion fails. And we can proceed on to the next, which is a motion to remove Mr. Chardin, requested by Mike Saliba. You'd want to move that
Point
motion.
of privilege, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If it would be all right, I wouldn't mind to speak first on this one after Mr. Saliba introduces the motion.
I would allow it. Mr. Saliba, if you'd like to introduce the motion.
Well, I wasn't going to introduce the motion until I asked Andrew some questions.
I believe we wouldn't really be able to do get into that until open floor, maybe. If you,
I mean, I might not need to make the motion. I don't want to make the motion, but I might not need to.
I suppose we'll save it for open floor then, and if he's willing
All
to.
right, then I move to remove Andrew Chatterton from the board.
Okay. Is there a second? I believe you have to list the just cause, do you not, or am I mistaken in that?
I move that we remove him from the board because he's actively fighting us in court. I want to ask him if he was planning on stopping, because if he does, then it's not necessary, but he's been going to court to fight us. When he goes to court to fight Mr. Curcio, he's fighting us, the Libertarian Party of Michigan.
I'll second them.
All right, the motion has been moved and seconded. We can open up debate. Mr. Chardon, you'd like to speak first as earlier requested?
Yes. So I'm a little bit taken aback by all of this. I guess first and foremost, I feel a little bit like I'm under a fair bit of duress in this matter.
Mhm.
The motion that I put forward to the court, I absolutely believe serves in the party's best interests. Contrary to some of the claims, I'll read a couple of selections from that matter. The succession of leadership from defendant Chatterton's validated tenure as chair to the current leadership of LPMEC elected at the July 2025 convention and uncontested by all parties. Tim Teagan currently is chair and Mr. Duke currently is the treasurer. States further that the Libertarian Party Michigan Executive Committee is entitled to the $38,233.30 currently held by the court. And it directs that the clerk of the court shall disperse the escrowed funds to the Libertarian Party within 14 days of entry of the order.
1 minute.
I further believe that the motion prepared and put forward, I believe, does a disservice to this party's interests in the fact that it objectively leaves this controversy unsolved. And that was the key question defined by the court, which is who was the rightful person identifying as the Libertarian Party Michigan Executive Committee when these controversies occurred, not now. That question is illuminative of who the leadership is now, but that's not the question of the case. And we still have current ongoing controversies in the party that are causing potential liability, ongoing damage. And I believe that it is irresponsible for us to consider adoption of a proposal that does not close those controversies. And I believe my motion does exactly that and serves in the best interest of the party.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chatterton, for that. Now we can move on to some hands up. Jay, is your hand up still up from earlier, or did you?
Yeah, let me put it out. I apologize. That's a mistake.
All right, that's what I thought. Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, as in the previous case, I again oppose this effort as of what I think amounts to as a purge. And while it may in some ways seem poetic, because I remember when I wrote that article, the person leading that effort was none other than Andrew Chatterton, I think we should set a higher standard for ourselves than that. And I'd like to be able to move on. Effectively, I do see there possibly being a reason. I think we should do a little bit of parliamentary inquiry here in the future regarding whether or not Mr. Chatterton should be participating in meetings where we are, or in portions of meetings where we are specifically discussing and voting on matters pertaining to a lawsuit where he is a party opposing this party. But other than that, his district chose him. And out of respect
1 minute.
For the people in his district, I believe we should not remove him. And again, moving forward, I'm hoping we can have some peace here and not move to remove Mr. Chatterton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Saliba?
Yeah, it only makes sense to remove Andrew from the board if he's still going to be fighting us in court. He gave the rationale for why he's fighting us in court, and that's what he believes. But if that's what he believes, he should make a motion to the board to pursue, that action. But as of right now, he's fighting it in court. I don't think it's a factional thing. I don't think this is me wanting revenge. It's just I don't think there should be any member of the board that's currently fighting the board in court. Again, Andrew gave his rationale for why he wants the settlement to go that way. But I think if he wants to work as a member of the board, he just make a motion for us to instruct Nick to pursue that avenue rather than the avenue we are pursuing. And then we vote on it. That's how we do it as members of the board. We don't have to go to court and fight the party's lawyer about it. But if Andrew's going to keep doing that, it's already causing kind of logistical issues to, then we have to decide what to do to fight him with him here. I don't want to fight him. I just want it to be done. I just want it to work as a board. The court doesn't need to be involved anymore. And it is called the Comerica case because it's to decide where the Comerica money goes. It doesn't decide who was right and who was wrong, and it doesn't, put anybody's name in the great history books as the previous chair. It just decides where the money goes, and we all know where the money goes. So just let it go there. But don't fight us in court anymore, please, Andrew. You don't even have a lawyer. Like, this could go bad for you. Just stop.
All right, the time is up. Thank you for that, Mr. Saliba. Moving on to the next person. Ms. Carver, your hand is up.
Okay. So as a person who was removed from Andrew's board because I was involved in the lawsuit that seated our delegates in freaking DC, it doesn't make any sense that we're even fighting about this anymore. Like we have to figure this out. Like, we can't keep fighting each other. And this is a fiduciary duty thing. He has a fiduciary duty to help this party move on and do what we're supposed to do. So if lawsuits get people removed, then he should be removed. And it goes above and beyond that. This goes into, he is our rep on the national level, and he calls us frauds and saboteurs and communists and cancer and all kinds of things. And he's not representing us at the national level. He's not representing us at the state level. And again, I could care less what people downstate want for their reps, because if this is what they want, then why are we a party anymore? Why are we here? Because none of this is ego. This is bullshit. This is kiss my ring. Like, be done with this. Just be done. Sign the thing, get the money back into the party, and keep your board seat. Work together. Be friends. We used to be friends. I don't see why this is such a freaking problem. Why there has to be so much chaos all the time. Just stop.
Thank you, Ms. Carver. Mr. Hennon, you're next.
Yeah, I think that it's a little more complicated than people are letting on. When you say Andrew's, opposing the party, I'm not sure that's the case from what I've heard. If he's releasing the funds back to the party, like preserving actions against individuals who, may have caused great damage to the party or other individuals, that's not necessarily opposing the party. That's opposing other individuals. So you need to, when you're making these, vague allegations that he's opposing the party, I'm not sure that's accurate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Henneman. Ms. Thornton, you are next.
I can assure you that my allegations are not vague. Mr. Chatterton is trying to use the board's platform in court to pursue a personal agenda. Contrary to his statement, there is no outstanding issues. The only issue that is outstanding is how to get the money back into the party. All the other issues were settled at the convention in July. We have a new board. We all agreed to move forward, except for Mr. Chatterton, who still seems to want to use his power as an officer to take this to a personal fight, a personal level against people that he feels wronged him. And for that reason, I will be voting for his removal. This is a violation of his duty to the party. He's putting his own interest ahead of those of the party.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Ms. Carver, your hand's up. Would you like to speak for your second and final time? You're still muted, Ms.
I'm
Carver.
sorry, am I being called on?
No, Ms. Carver's hand up was before
Oh,
you.
sorry.
We talk of the past, and Mr. Henneman brought it up. There were two different parties at this time. This was prior to the lawsuit. And both parties felt like they had legitimate cause. And I tend to side with the Saliba side in this cause, if we have to go there, which is what Henneman brought up. It was just about fairness and what should have been done. There should have never been a trademark lawsuit. None of this should have ever happened. He had a rogue JC that chose to make a decision that overturned convention, literally overturned the convention of the people. The people of our party voted on this shit. And we shouldn't keep litigating it over and over and over. And now here we are, still 3 years freaking later, litigating this shit when the money should just go back to the party. We can use it for our candidates. We can use it for convention. We can use it for all of these things. We don't need to keep things in limbo so that we can sue people. If he wants to sue people, he could do that on his own. He doesn't need to defy what the board wants of this party. This is a board. This is a new board, and we just want this money released back to the people. And the only one costing us more money is him with his 104 pages of gobbledygook and frivolous stuff.
30 seconds.
Just please, Andrew, stop your bullshit, step down, end the lawsuit, and we could be over this. And you can have your board seat and all the things. Just be done.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Carver. Mr. Bowman?
Thank you. I'm not a lawyer. We have a lawyer, and this matter is going to court. We already voted on that part. So right now, though, if I put it this way, if I went and sued my employer and the employer then ended up firing or suspending me as a response to me doing that, that could be additional ammunition for me in court to point out more things that my employer is doing to me. So what I'm saying here, I don't know whether or not this would actually get legs, but effectively we're handing someone who is suing the party additional issues such as outside pressure outside of the courtroom to try to turn a result in a lawsuit. That's how it looks. I think we should just drop this matter, vote no. Don't want to amend to censure or anything. Just leave it alone. Just let the court settle this dispute, because that's where this is going right now. Thank you.
Point of privilege.
Yes, Mr. Chardon.
I believe Mr. Bowman just suggested that I sued the party. That is a objectively false statement. I would appreciate if that would be retracted.
A point of information. With regard to the documents that Mr. Chadden has passed back, is one of the and he can answer directly, is one of the terms the removal and banning of a number of the members of the Michigan Party for a period of 5 years from the party? Is that in his demands as
No, it is not.
for these terms?
No, it is not.
Oh, good. That's
okay. Maybe I just realized he's listed as defendant, so I guess the party is suing him.
For correction, the bank sued the party and myself and the 3 other individual defendants on the case. So it's the bank sued.
So we are all defendants, you're saying?
That's correct, yes.
They said, I'm not a lawyer. If that happens to be the case, then I won't say you sued the party, but you are in litigation with the party on an opposing side. I'll say that.
Point of information.
I reject that characterization about against the party, but I appreciate your retraction of the earlier statement.
Point of information, if anybody wants to read the lawsuit, it's all public information. Comerica was released from the party from the lawsuit. Like a quick little education. Comerica was released from the lawsuit way back in the day, and now we are at the point where the money is sitting in escrow. December was when we got the notice that the state was going to absorb the money, so somebody's got to take the money, or it goes to the state. That's why we had to reopen this and do all this mess. So Comerica is no longer part of it. So now it is literally Andrew versus us. We want the money to come back to the party, Scotty. Andrew wants all kinds of other things to happen before that happens, which is frivolous.
All right. Thank you for that. Mr. Chadden, I see your hand up. Would you like to speak for a second final time on the motion? Or is it
Sure, yeah, that would that's indeed my intent.
All right,
It's the
floor is
third
yours.
time. This is the third time.
So the
Information
previous
and-
items were just points of order, information, etc. Comerica has not exited the case. They are still in the case. I was required to serve Comerica
Point of
with this
information,
motion.
bullshit. They were
And
literally
could
removed
I
from the
not
case
be
by
interrupted,
court
please?
order.
Can my
Please
timer be
be
stopped while I'm being interrupted?
Mr. Sheridan. Sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Please let everyone, we can proceed orderly. If you do have an interrupting motion, please say
I
so.
do have an interrupting motion. This is court record. This is court record. Comerica was like released from the case. This is totally court record. It is public record in Washtenaw County Court. Comerica was released from the case in 2023, dude.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Carver. You have 1 minute 47 seconds left, Mr. Sheridan.
Thank you. So the facts of the matter are that Comerica is still a party to the case. You can refer to the public docket and you can see their listing in the case. They were released from claims relating to the interpleader action and nothing more. However, though, I would reiterate that I'm not in opposition with the party on this matter. I believe I am acting exclusively in the interests of the party. And I think my motion speaks for itself. My motion does not depend on any novel argument. It simply refers to two previous court rulings: the Sixth Circuit, which is at the second highest level of court in this entire country, only beneath the Supreme Court, and the Sheboygan Court, in a matter in which I was personally sued by several members on this call and on this board, which I won on the merits of that case, having it dismissed. Other cases, there have not been any other cases decided on the merits, and that I'm still very troubled by the duress this board has put under me. I've heard explicit statements of drop this suit or be removed. I don't think that's appropriate, and I would consider. I think other members, as has been cautioned by the chair, should be taking account of that, and I hope that we can all move forward in the best interests of the party and certainly put these matters behind us. But we have to do what's best for the party, which is to solve the controversies that have damaged the party, and that's what my motion does. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. I appreciate that input. Mr. Franklin, that's your hand up next.
Yeah, so I would just like to echo what Mr. Bowman said. I think it would be a misstep to do this, and we definitely should not. I don't think it is wise. This should be something that we completely stay out of and let the courts handle. I would also like to add that we should try to, in the future, discontinue petty squabbling. I may find some of the views of some members on this board repulsive, as you may find mine. But we are all members of the Libertarian Party, and we are all here with the goal of getting libertarians elected. And this has absolutely nothing to do with what we're trying to achieve. So if everyone would think about that and vote no on this motion for the sake of maintaining unity, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Mr. Wolf?
I'll pass. Sorry, I have my hand up.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Ms. Thornton, would you like to speak for your second and final time?
Yes, thank you. I just want to go back on what Andrew said again. In his own words, people do not come back to the party because they are tired of the lawsuits. He is the only person perpetrating these lawsuits. He has stated in his court statements he intends to file more lawsuits after this one is over. There is no way that he is representing the board. He claims that he's representing the board with his opinion. He is making claims that nobody on the board voted for. It is not the board's opinion that the money should be tied up until he gets recognized as the previous chair, and that we're never allowed to sue him, but he can absolutely sue us, and all the stuff that he put in the 104 pages. It's not relevant to anything. He's just trying to bully his way into that he bullied his way back into the seat. Now he's trying to bully his way into state.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Mike Saliba, would you like to speak for your second and final time on the matter?
Yeah. Right. So, Andrew, do you not feel like you're on an opposing side from Nick Curcio when you're in court?
Is that a question directed towards him?
Yeah.
All right, pause your time.
I don't believe I'm in opposition to the party.
But when you're in court with Mr. Curcio, do you feel like he's on your side or you're on his side? Or how do you feel about him when you're in court?
I'm acting in the best interest of the party.
But the party has representation as Mr. Curcio. So as a member of this board, if you think Mr. Curcio should go in a different direction, just make a motion and we can vote on it.
I think you called for me to abstain, which I'm using my judgment that it's probably better for me to abstain on those matters.
Okay, that's fine. It's just when you said you don't feel like you're going against the party, but you're fighting the party's lawyer in court, I just wanted to ask about it.
All right,
Is
thank
the
you.
attorney advising all of his clients of their best interests?
All right.
Well, I feel he is in opposition to you, so I'm not going to tell you about that.
All right.
Am I a member of this board, Mr. Sleva?
Unfortunately.
Yes, for now. I want you to stay a member of the board, Andrew. So I'm not telling you you have to drop the lawsuit. I'm just saying if you wanted to be a member of the board functioning, you would do this at meetings and motions, not in court. Please stop doing it in court. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you.
I believe
It's
you've
tying
sued
everything.
me personally. Am I wrong? Have I ever sued you?
I don't know, you haven't. But here's the thing, you could just settle right now. I'm not telling you you have to. I'm not saying this in any way to make you feel uncomfortable, but you could just settle and then the money would be back. And
You
then everybody
also
would be happy.
could just settle and the money would be back. It's the same thing.
Yes, I know. And I'm not making any demands of you to recognize me as the former chair or anything like that. I'm not making demands like that. I'm just trying to return the money.
I'm trying to act in the interest of the party.
This conversation is getting at
Yeah, come on, let's get the movie.
Yeah, come on. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
So with that being said, and more than 2 minutes has passed in the back and forth.
Way more.
Thank you, Mr. Saliba, for your input. Mr. Henneman, is this your second time, if you can remind me? Or is it your first?
It's my second time.
Thank you.
I'll try to be brief. What I see is at stake in the court case, they're separate things. One is getting the money back to the party. And I don't think anybody opposes that. But the other issue is accountability. And without making a judgment, that one side or the other acted wrongfully and damaged the party or damaged other people. The point is, we shouldn't flush. No one should have to flush their claims down the toilet just to get the money back to the party. And that's what they keep trying to characterize it as Andrew sued the party. Maybe there's something I don't know.
You don't.
Well, then please share, because what it looks like to me is what he's asking for is to preserve claims not against the party, but against individual actors that may have damaged the party, and that's what it looks like to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanneman. Mr. Wolf, I see your hand up next.
Yeah, thank you. So, I guess my question to Mr. Chatterton is like, what's the status of the case and anyone else involved with the case? Is this going to be resolved by next week or something? I mean, I don't know that anybody here besides those intimately involved with the case actually knows.
I'd be happy to answer that if recognized.
It's a question directed towards you, so I believe it's proper.
So I served my motion on March 3rd. I, with that, served a notice for a hearing to occur on March 25th. And in that hearing, the judge will hear if that's an appropriate motion that she wishes to accept and adopt the proposed order, as I believe was just put forward to the board. there will be a response submitted as well in competition for that hearing. I believe that there will be an opportunity that I can file a response to that item prior to the hearing with a certain deadline, but hopefully this will be closed on that day, and we should have, if my motion is accepted and order adopted by the judge, it would require the court to return the money within 14 days of that point, which I think is just the logistical time, is my understanding, for those things to be done practically from the court side.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Dana, I see your hand up. However, you have reached your 2-comment limit for this motion.
I have an answer to the question. And this is just getting really fucking stupid, but I have an answer to the question.
An answer to when this could be resolved, but I don't.
It will be resolved when we agree to give the money back to the party. It's that simple. It could have been resolved in July when we first started this. So we could have been resolved back then. We could have been resolved when we had to reopen the court case because the court was saying the money was going back to them if we didn't do something. The only thing stopping us from resolving it is Andrew's continued motions and frivolous, stupid shit. Like, Andrew could just say, yeah, let's give the money back to the party. Let's sign Nick's approved thing and be done. And just give the money back and not have this ego-driven bullshit.
Thank you, Ms. Garber. I see no other hands raised, so we can proceed to the vote. I believe to remove is a 2/3 threshold. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Division.
Yeah, we'll be doing a roll call vote on this. The secretary, if you'd like to run us through a vote.
Okay, Scott, this is to remove Andrew Chatterton, Scott Bowman.
No.
Trevor Stepp.
No.
Andrew Duke.
No.
Okay, I'm voting yes. I'm sick of it. Dana.
Yeah, dude.
Dana Carver. Jay Gillette.
Oh, I'm going to vote no, but I'm going to regret it.
Tori Heinrich.
Yes. I mean, sorry.
No, you said it.
I confused myself. I meant no.
Raphael Wolf.
I will vote yes.
Larry Henneman.
No.
Larry Johnson.
Yes.
Leah Daly.
No.
Angela Thornton.
Yes, this could have all been resolved if Andrew had filed when he was the chair. So yes, he's dragging this on purpose.
Charles Essner.
I abstain.
Mike Saliba.
Yes.
Dave Franklin.
No.
Andrew Chatterton.
I abstain.
Tim Teagan.
I abstain.
Okay, 6 to 8-3.
All right, vote fails. Now we can proceed on with the rest of our business. Which is discussion of candidate support policies. What will the party provide to candidates in terms of support and money? We should be consistent for all candidates.
So I put this on the agenda because I had a lot of different questions. And actually, I know that Trevor wanted to support Allie, but I really believe that instead of we have severe budget issues right now, as we know. And we have a convention to plan, and we really need, my next motion is tying in with this too. We adopted financial rules that say that the board must approve any expenses before spending. And this is especially important at a time when we have no money. So we have, I think it would be nice to say the convention committee gets, we can approve 3,000 for them and 2,000 for candidates or whatever. But I think instead of just like doing it as we go along and then finding, oh, we can't pay our PO box this month. That's such a poor way of doing business. And that's what happened just a couple months ago. So I'm looking for candidate support policies. I don't really think that anybody's in disagreement that we should be consistent. We don't want to give the some candidates that are, and I trust Trevor not to do this to be consistent because he, has a lot of different people to work with. But I think he would like some guidelines and know what money he has to work with too. So that's where I was for it. And I know we've all worked hard with Allie, and that's been fun. And I appreciate the job Trevor's doing. So I guess I'm not really making a motion. I guess I'd sort of want to maybe hear the treasurer. I'd like to hear what the treasurer has to say about what money we can spend the next couple months before we decide on these two related motions.
All right, well, we do got quite a few hands going up here, so I'm sure there will be some information or debate we can run through. Ms. Carver, I see your hand up.
I would like to make a motion that we do not let the candidate support committee make their own decisions without permission of the board.
There's a candidate support committee?
Well, candidate support policies, the vice,
Okay, I will reword that. I would like to make a motion that no money goes to any candidates without the board approving the money.
I'll second that motion.
All right.
Point of information.
Yes.
Is that not our policy right now?
yes, but it hasn't been followed and it's not clear to the new people.
If that's a policy, can we just call the question?
That is in our policy because there is no policy on this. There is past practices. Previous past practices where like basically candidates really didn't get a lot of money at all.
Point of order.
Then we had new practices where we had $5,000 and certain candidates got that money. And it wasn't divvied among all the candidates that were running. And therefore, I would like to make the motion that I made so that we all approve of all the things that go out of this board, especially since we're broke because we have 38,000 tied up.
Point of order.
I have, who had the point of order called?
That's me, Mr. Chatterton.
All right, Mr. Chatterton.
This motion is out of order. It has no effect because the board money can't be allocated, can't be spent that the board doesn't approve. The previous examples were cases where a committee may have been pre-allocated funds to use at their discretion, and to my knowledge, that hasn't happened this term. So if this board doesn't make any authorization for a committee to act on its own discretion, then it won't happen. And otherwise, this motion would maintain the status quo exactly under our bylaws that money can't be expended without the board's approval. So this motion has no effect, and any motion that has no effect is out of order.
I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Chatterton on that. As if we vote to give a committee the authorization to spend that money, that is a separate issue. But as it stands right now, it's not the case. And we can vote on that once we create a committee and if we wish to allocate funds to them or how that will go about. But unless we do that,
it's already an issue with Allie. So we need some sort of policy on what we're going to spend on them. Or if he wants to just come every month and ask individually, I don't know.
I mean, because this board would have to approve them money in order for them to spend it. So if they don't, that's, I believe, a misuse of funds technically.
Which happens quite often in this party.
Well, it's so as long as everybody's clear that we shouldn't make promises or spend money we don't have, because it's really, really concerning with what's happening in the court case.
All right. So I did rule that out of order on those grounds, unless anyone wishes to challenge my ruling. All right, then we can move forward. Next hand up, I see is Mr. Steph. Did your hand go down or?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the motion about spending money for candidates and reiterate that in 2024, the party allocated a specific amount to a candidate support committee, but there is no active candidate support committee right now. So there's no committee to do that. But I'd like to table any motions of spending money on candidates. If I may make a motion to help Allie with one thing, and then we table any further discussions to until the court cases are till those monies are returned. Would that be appropriate, Mr. Chair?
I don't know if I would put it until the case is finished, just because that is an unknown time frame. But you can.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay.
Point of information: when is Allie's election?
Her election is May 5th.
Thank you.
She's doing door knocking March 28th. So that's before our next meeting.
Yeah, but I would just reiterate that we wouldn't be able to spend any money on any candidates either way until after the convention, which nominates them. So, we do have some time, depending on how the further, these are maybe out of order because we kind of need to know when the convention happens. But no money could be spent on any candidates except Allie until that convention. So I just want to table. I guess I'll just say, do you understand my concern here?
Yeah. I would be in favor of approving something for Allie, but.
Well, she has a specific request, and I put it in my report, and let me pull it up. Because I don't remember the number off the top of my head. She had a specific request for $104.99, which would come out of that state account, I believe, which had, Mr. Duke can confirm.
Wasn't it $1,000?
So are you presenting a motion at this point in time to grant her that said funding?
$3,161. I'd like to make a motion to grant $105 to support candidate Allie Sleds.
Second, Mr.
All right.
Johnson.
That motion has been moved and seconded. Is there any debate on that? Mr. Bowman, Ms. Carver, your hands up for other issues?
Actually, I was going to comment on this general topic, but it also would it would affect this as well, which is my belief is that we really should evaluate not as a uniform policy, but on a case-by-case basis, the support of campaigns. That's my general statement. Since this is the only one on the table, I would say unless we are so broke that we don't have $105, absolutely support this candidate.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Ms. Carver, is your hand up for this, or will it be a separate issue after the motion?
No, it's on this. It's on this topic, and I like Allie. Allie is a really good chick. She's doing great. But as a person who has been a candidate multiple times in this party and never gotten a dime, not one dime from this party during my runs, which I actually if you look up the numbers, broke records multiple times for my runs in this party. I had to go get my own donations and do my own stuff. And no matter what Allie's doing, maybe it's like a community care thing. Maybe I'm a communist. I don't know, but we can't give certain people things and not give other people things. And it just, yeah. I just knocked doors and got my own community around me and did the thing. And maybe other people aren't capable of that. I don't know. And no offense to Allie, because she's new. She's very new. I don't agree that we give people money, because other candidates are going to come up and they're going to need money too, and we're not going to have it. And we used to give slate cards and do group things, and that made it less complicated and less dollar worthy, or like dollar expenditure. Plus we used to have like door hangers that we could just order off the website, but like Angela McCardle did away with that. So I mean, I don't know the answer here, but I just don't think it just doesn't seem fair.
Thank you, Ms. Garber. Mr. Sheridan, I see your hand up.
Yes. So I just wanted to echo a comment made earlier, I believe by Mr. Bowman. We should absolutely be evaluating our support of candidates on a case-by-case basis, based on the merit of the campaigns, their work, and all of that stuff. Particularly the work put in and the quality of the work and the targeting of the race and all that stuff should be factors in that. We should not be having a blanket policy that we give the same resources out to all of our candidates, because all of our candidates aren't equally as good of candidates as others, and we should be allocating our resources towards the ones that have the greatest chances of success or to achieve some other goal that they can articulate in a meaningful way. Furthermore, in the past, I believe that's how it's always been done. Allocations have been done based on people making requests and the board evaluating the merits of those requests and the potential impact that the spending on those things can have on the race and for furthering liberty, not a basic you show up and you get a check. So I think that Miss Sleds has started off with an amazing campaign so far. She has been drawing immense attention in media, leveraging the exclusion of this debate to bring attention to herself. I hope she's successful to get into that bait and can have a strong showing for the Libertarian Party if she does. And I think we should absolutely support her with this very modest request for funding to support
30 seconds.
her campaign efforts as it continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Mr. Wolf, I see your hand up next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the only race in the state. All eyes are on this race. To Mr. Chatterton's point about the media attention, she's gotten good press. And I think Charles' donation came in for $350. Unless we refund that money back to him for whatever reason, there's certainly $100, 105 and change or more that could be allocated to this campaign for whatever reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. All right, seeing no more hands up, we can proceed to a vote. All in favor of granting this money, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say
Aye.
nay.
No. Sorry. Aye. I was fumbling the button.
Please say nay. All right, any abstentions?
abstain.
All right.
What?
Any abstentions other than
Dana
myself, Ms. Carver?
Dana voted no.
Dana abstained, correct?
Okay.
All right, vote passes. We will approve that funding. All right, so we kind of got lost in the weeds there.
Well, the next motion, if everybody is understanding what our board's policy is about spending money, the next motion should be moot. It just, the last convention with everybody quitting and, the board really wasn't involved. Nobody really had any idea what was going on with the money. Even the treasurer was confused. So I just want it to be clear before we appoint the convention committee that we have limited funds and that they have to get board approval for any convention expenses. So I don't think I need my motion. We can move forward as long as it seems everybody understands that now.
I believe so. Which would lead us to appointment of convention committee. If there is anyone that would like to nominate themselves or any nominations in general, if you'd like to raise your hand and be recognized, please feel free. Mr. Stepp.
I have maybe an amendment to the convention committee idea. Maybe we could include a date for them to pick as well. Would that
I
be out
think
of
that
order?
would be a really good idea because we need to get notices out and stuff.
For a date, so for a date for the convention, correct?
Yes, sir.
It may be more in order to put that as a separate motion after we adopt the committee. And if no one's opposed with that.
May I speak to the motion?
Yes, but like I said, we may separate them into two. I think that'd be more in order.
Sure. So I would just say that sometimes if someone has something already planned, a wedding, a funeral, something that's scheduled, they may not want to be an important part of a committee that they have a conflict with and are unable to attend.
All right. So are you advising that we put a date before we do appointments? Is that how your motion was supposed to be worded in there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'd second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. We can proceed that way real quick. Do we have any dates in mind? Mr. Bowman, I see your hand up.
Yeah. Hi. I was gonna. I guess it's an amendment to a motion. Then, if it's been seconded, it's been seconded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That perhaps a range of dates so that we can give some liberty to the convention committee, based upon available opportunities as to what's best. And I was going to propose sometime in the month of June as a range of dates.
So you're proposing an amendment that we got to vote on that?
And it would be in June, you said? That's your amendment?
Yes, and then the convention committee would have the liberty in looking at different venues. If there's a great deal on one date and not another, or we learn of a conflict coming up that perhaps we're not thinking about tonight at the meeting, that there's some flexibility still available.
I believe that'd be amendment by substitution in general, correct? Because if we already give a range of
It
dates.
might be. Okay, and I guess if that's how you, yes, I guess.
All right, thank you. Does that amendment have a second? All right.
And this is for June?
For sometime in the month of June.
We're either choosing an exact date, we're deciding whether we're choosing an exact date for the committee or whether we're giving the committee a range.
Yes, and the range, as stated by Mr. Bowman, would be June, but I'm not so sure I'm hearing a second anywhere.
Well, I'm a second if we're voting on June.
All right, well, then we do have a second on the amendment. Is there any debate to the amendment? I see a few hands up. Mr. Stepp first and Mr. Johnson.
Could you put me in the queue too, please?
Ms. Secretary, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stepp, if you'd like to speak to the amendment.
I was in queue to speak on a date until.
I can throw you to the first on that after if this fails.
All right, well, I wanted to speak to July 19th. I think it's consistent with the last two cycles and essentially the 6 years ago or the 2022 cycle 4 years ago. They were like the weekend before, but a Sunday is preferable in that if we have candidates meet, they can easily all gather. And if they need to or want to get to the Capitol, it's an awesome opportunity to go to the Capitol and get a photo op. Almost all the Republicans and Democrats do this when they turn in their paperwork. And a Sunday is going to be cheaper in the summer by far. A lot of weddings are going to be Friday, Saturdays. Many venues are going to be open on a Sunday, and getting away from the 4th of July holiday, the weekends before and after is going to give us a good opportunity.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stepp. Mr. Johnson?
I believe that this amendment, simply by saying any weekend in June, defeats the purpose of having the motion. I also believe that picking a specific date sets a great deal of difficulty because we don't know what the availability of venues is going to look like on any given date. I don't know if I would support either the original motion or the amendment, and for those reasons that I gave. I mean, a range makes it quite useless, and a specific date makes it more difficult to find an appropriate venue. I think that we need to form the committee and ask them to return some options to us by April so that we can make these decisions, which is still plenty of time for us to get our announcements out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Carver?
Don't forget me.
Yes, I'll recognize you after Ms. Carver, Ms. Secretary.
Mute.
You're muted. You're muted, Ms. Carver.
Fuck. Sorry. As a person who ran for office in 2016 and got nominated in May, it gets us in line before their primaries to be at the forums. They're in forums fighting for their primary. You're already in a forum as a candidate. And I don't know what it's like downstate, but up here, we're all in forums because they have nothing better to do up here than have forums. Like, it's like a freaking party. So the longer we wait and the more time we put on this, the harder it is for our candidates. They need time. These people are already Mike Dugan has had signs up here in the freaking north since like last year, dude. Like for months, we've seen Mike Dugan signs. We've seen they're all already campaigning, and we can't campaign until we are on that Secretary of State docket.
1 minute.
And so we have to do this as soon as possible. And I'm going to keep saying that. Waiting until July is the stupidest freaking thing ever.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Carver. Ms. Secretary, if you'd like to be recognized.
Yeah, I would say that I agree with the fact that giving a range defeats the purpose of choosing a date. I like the idea of choosing a date. I don't like July. I just think it's too late for the same reasons Dana did. I like the Sunday idea a lot. I don't think we will have a problem getting a place on Sunday. I think Larry's point is valid if we were looking for a weekend. But I think I think we should give the people some guidance because who wants to be on a committee? And like for me, I'm the secretary. I need to be there. And if they choose a date that I can't be there, I don't know. I just feel like giving them a date would be a good idea. And then they're not stuck working if the date doesn't work for them or whatever.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Secretary. Mr. Stepp, for your second time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to note, which was notated in my my vice chair report. These forums should be looking at who's filed a candidate committee with the Secretary of State, and there is no requirement to have the nomination from the party to file that paperwork. That just shows that you are serious about your campaign, and it would be all of our candidates all of our delegates when they come to convention, if they see candidates that have been out campaigning prior to the convention, I think that sets a really good opportunity for them to win that election. And any forum that's not taking into account the Secretary of State's filings, I that's an awesome opportunity for us to even more say, hey, why are you doing this inappropriately, as Raphael had earlier expressed. And so there's no need to start your campaign after you're nominated. You can start campaigning tomorrow. If you spend, I think it's something like as low as $10, you need to file campaign finance. So, yeah, that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Stepp. Mr. Johnson, for your second time on the amendment.
Motion to call the question on the amendment.
All right. Does that have a second? I don't believe I'm hearing a second. There is a second. All right.
I'm the last person to talk and conveniently get cut off.
Well, you can still speak on the main motion. Unfortunately, they did call the question, though.
Okay, what is the motion again?
The amended motion is to substitute a specific date with a date within the range of July, correct?
June.
We're gonna have a vote on calling the
Okay,
question?
my motion. I didn't realize it was still in discussion. Okay.
Call the question out. So all in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
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 And any abstentions other than myself? All right, question has been called. All in favor of adopting the amendment, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay.
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 Yes, I changed my mind.
Any abstentions other than myself? All right, the amendment fails. Now back onto the main motion. Mr. Johnson, I see your hand up.
A motion to amend to set the date of the convention for Sunday, June 28th.
June 28th. All right, does that have a second?
Second.
All right, a motion to amend to set the date for June 28th has been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Are we voting on two separate motions? Because the original motion was that the board chooses a date. He never said the date in the motion, and he spoke in favor of the date.
It would have to be an amendment. Point of order.
Okay, so
can I have the
so Larry
original?
is just moving to amend the original date. We never set the original date. So you're just moving to amend the date, amend it to set the date. Okay.
Well, if we wish to do it that way and it fails, all we can do is vote on voting a specific day. We can't make a third amendment. So I think the wording of the original motion would make that out of order. I don't know. I'm a little in the weeds here on that.
So the original motion was the board chooses a date for the convention before choosing a committee. And now Larry's moving to amend that motion to the board chooses June 28th for the convention before choosing a committee.
I guess it would be in order if we vote that in and it passes, that's the date. If it doesn't pass and the main motion passes, we enter into a debate to pick and nominate the date. Okay.
That's really technically correct, I think.
We will run it like that. Thank you for your patience, everyone, on that misunderstanding. All right, Mr. Chardon, I see your hand up to be recognized first.
Thank you. So we've had discussion now, I guess, with considering a specific date in July, now a specific date in June, a range of dates, and generally there's been consistent feedback that it doesn't make sense to limit the committee selection of this before you've even appointed a committee. The other points I would raise is that specific dates in June I don't think are a good idea because it's very close to national convention. It's also prime vacation season, and having organized several conventions in the summers, I can attest to the fact directly that people aren't available in that time frame. They're on family vacations. This is adjacent to the 4th of July holiday, which many people take multiple week vacations with. And I think if we're gonna hold up the basis for different reasons for different times without really doing any research, it kind of all goes to the same point of that there's not a good basis behind that, and we're just trying to kind of rush something out to get it done when it's normally been the practice to let the committee evaluate things and all that. If there's some research done or something, that's one thing, but arbitrary selections of dates, I don't think are in our interests, and I think we should oppose trying to set something without having it been looked into.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Sheridan. Mr. Johnson, you're next.
I believe that choosing June 28th as the single day for a one-day convention, which does seem to be the consensus among the board, although we haven't voted on it. We already had a multi-day convention this year. That it gives us enough rest time, 4 weeks after national convention, to do this. And it is the weekend before the July 4th holiday, which could be an issue. I do admit that. But the truth is that any time during the summer, whether it's June, July, or August, is going to be a conflict for various forms of vacations and various holidays. Heck, the National Committee is having their national convention on Memorial Day weekend. This is something that we just, if we say that it's important that we announce this before we appoint the committee, we can choose a date, and it's going to be fairly arbitrary. If we say that we want to wait until after the committee's formed, then we wait. I think that this is a good date. It does give us 4 weeks rest after. It doesn't directly conflict with a holiday. And it also gets the desire of some people to have this convention fairly early. It addresses that without putting it too close to national convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Stepp. Mr. Stepp, I saw your hand up, or did you just throw it down?
Mr. Chair, what is the exact motion we're considering right now? Is it June 28th?
The second and final amendment, June 28th, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bowman.
Yeah, I guess it's a outward statement of a request for information here. If through the chair, if I can have anyone tell me about any critical information that would be available in July as far as selecting candidates that would not be available at the end of June.
Currently unaware, but Mr. Sheridan, I saw your hand just go up. Would you like to address Mr. Bowman's question?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that it's not necessarily about the information available, it's about the resources of our campaigns. The entire call has been focused around numerous topics about limitations of funds. And we've seen that consistently our candidates don't have the resources to run the full steam from July to November. And it's basically been something you can almost set your clock by, that most of those campaigns lose steam and fall off the wagon in late September typically. It's a rarity in my experience to see campaigns running at full steam even into October or November, when the timing is most critical and most people are interested with that. So I don't think it's a general consideration that just it's blinkedly better. And as has been pointed out repeatedly, and it would be a best practice, you should be running before you're nominated if you want to secure the nomination. Earn your nomination if you want to be nominated, and run that campaign first and demonstrate to the party why you're the best choice to run that race. So if we want to, make sure that we can have, the people that are, going to run the most of our races, be able to see them through to the end, I don't necessarily think it's a blanket statement. It's better to be earlier. Those that have the resources can and should start earlier.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sheridan, for that. Mr. Stepp, you're next.
Is Mr. Step muted if he's talking?
I will start my motion here. I'd like to speak against the 28th. Even though it is not the 4th of July weekend, a lot of people have time off work and candidates have things to do if they want to go to the state capitol the next day on the 29th. That may interfere with family obligations. The 19th is preferable of July because it still gives us 10 days plenty of time to remedy any errors or issues or anything that goes wrong on the convention date, because we need 10 days to notify the Secretary of State. So, and as it's been mentioned, they can be campaigning before that, and I hope that they are starting sooner than later. But that 28th weekend, while it's a perfectly good weekend, and I'm not opposed to the 28th, I just think the 19th of July is preferable. So I'd be willing to vote positive for either, but I think the 19th of July is preferable.
Mr. Chair, could you put me in the queue, please?
Yep, you'll be right behind Miss Carver.
Sure.
Ms. Carver, you're recognized.
Okay, again, as someone who got elected or nominated in May, I was able to be in the forums with those that were in primaries, and I got press. Until you were actually notated by the Secretary of State, you are not invited to any of those things. You do not get press. You are merely a person that put your name into a thing and you have nothing. You don't have signatures as an independent. You don't have the nomination of a party. You're not in a primary. You are nothing. You are nothing to the press. You are nothing to the forums. You have to have that little stupid thing. And the further out we put it, the harder it is for the candidate. I didn't see any die down of my fight for things. I was nominated in May. Like, I gained momentum. I gained donations. It gave me more time to get donations. It gave me more time to get the name recognition. It gave me more time to be in more forums. Like, the longer we wait to do this, the longer it takes for our candidates to get that momentum. And it doesn't die down unless your candidate dies down. It's up to your candidate to keep that momentum going. Like, your candidate has to be in the parades, be in the stuff. Like, so if you're in a 4th of July parade with your name on the thing and then people look you up on the Secretary of State, they're like, who is this person? They're not even doing a thing. But when I had my name on the 4th of July parades, I was a candidate. They could look me up and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to give this lady money. I mean, that is the thing here. Like, we're defeating ourselves if we're like, oh wait, we're going to wait till July and the freaking election is in November. Like, this is stupid. Like, and I've been doing this for like 2 fucking decades.
Miss
I don't get it.
Carver ran out. I hate to interrupt you, but
okay.
Secretary, you were next.
Yes, I just had a couple points about the dates. First of all, Allie Sled's one of the excuses they gave, and I know they were bogus excuses, was that they didn't know yet that she was a candidate. They're not used to having a libertarian candidate, blah blah blah. So I think the sooner we get our names out there, the better. But the other thing I wanted to bring up is absentee voting. I go door to door. I've done it 3 or 4 times now for myself in my small towns, and such a high percentage are absentee voters, and they're done weeks and weeks before the election. So if you're going to campaign, you can't be campaigning in October and November and expecting to have any results. So to me, that's why the candidates might start winding down a bit. Absentee is really, really big in Michigan now. It's really easy to do. So I consider that I'm going to go door to door and I am going to be done. I'm going to look up the date that the absentee ballots go out, and I'm going to be done by that date. And otherwise, it's waste. So, and I live in a retirement area too. I know Northern Michigan might be different than other areas, but a lot of people still do absentee voting, and it's a much earlier than November. So, anyway, that's my point.
Thank you, Ms. Secretary. Mr. Sheridan?
I wanted to just point out that the June 28th is not just close to the holiday, it's actually like part of the holiday week. The 4th of July is the following weekend, and it's very common practice for millions of people in the state that you do family vacations and things during that week. If people are taking that time off of work, they're not waiting until after our convention to participate. It doesn't change the fact that that is part of a holiday week that we will lose participation. Furthermore, everyone keeps harping on that they need to start. Again, you're not entitled to a nomination. If you want to be a candidate, you should do the work regardless of whether you're officially nominated. To Ms. Carver's points, you're on the ballot, or you're a candidate. I'm sorry, you're a candidate as soon as you file your statement, your committee. None of that is tied to any of the things she said, and we just heard it explicitly pointed out by Ms. Gundel Krieg that our candidate was still ignored even after nomination. That doesn't change the fact. And then lastly, I would just close this by saying in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Carver sought nomination and then made a mistake on her filing forms. And then even after the political director volunteered to drive the form to her and then drive it back and turn it in, she just blew off her campaign.
I object.
This is a fact.
Point of fucking
She
order.
dropped her campaign because she didn't want.
I muted them both for a second.
Point of fucking
that
order.
was brought to.
Stop. Everyone.
Point of
stop.
order.
Everyone, stop.
Ms.
All right,
Carver's position about work for a campaign shouldn't be taken with high credibility here.
Pause your time, Mr. Sheridan, if I can have silence from everyone. Ms. Carver, do you have an interjecting motion? I mean, a point of inquiry, anything of such?
Well, no, I was objecting to what Mr. Chatterton was saying because none of this has anything to do with anything I said.
It's completely true.
A motion.
Bullshit.
Mr. Chair, please bring Mr. Chatterton to order. What he's attacking another member. What he's saying has absolutely nothing to do with the choice of the date.
Yeah, he's talking about 2024.
Okay. Now.
Yeah, so we have to be done with this. This is
Mr.
stupid.
Chair, if I can explain.
There is no need for anyone to attack each other.
That's not an attack. She's talking about the effort required for a campaign and how it needs to be earlier. So she can run
I
earlier.
didn't run a campaign that time, you dumbass.
Everyone. Like I said, do not let emotions outweigh reason. Now, Mr. Sheridan has 30 seconds left on the clock. I will allow him to finish that. I'd ask that please do not say anything that could be misconstrued as an attack on an individual. Whenever you're ready, I will start your 30 seconds if you'd like to finish, Mr. Sheridan.
Just as it was done at convention when Ms. Carver characterized minutes of this board as a personal attack, stating facts does not constitute an attack.
Point of order.
Okay. When we're talking about the effort required, it should absolutely be in bounds to consider if an individual is saying they need more time to do work when they refuse to do the work when it was basically handed to them.
Excuse me, sir.
Anyone who wants to run
when I was
can
actually
run
on the ballot,
and file
I was
as
not
a
on the
candidate.
ballot that time, so stop.
And can file as a candidate.
Stop.
Can I get more time with all these interruptions?
Stop.
Anyone who wants to run a campaign can go to the Secretary of State and can file their candidate committee form and can do that.
You had just used your last second there, Mr. Sheridan.
Thank you.
All right. Now, we can have interjecting motions. We cannot have screaming at each other, even if it is a personal.
Because he's misrepresenting all kinds of shit, and I'm really fucking sick of it.
You can have an interjecting motion on it.
Well, I tried to get him to stop, but he won't shut the fuck up.
Did Andrew make a motion?
No, he didn't. He's just sitting here accusing people of things, and then he keeps talking.
Okay, everyone, how many times? We can't let emotion outweigh reason. He had the floor. You can have an interjecting motion, but we can't start screaming at each other no matter who anyone is screaming at in a civil business meeting.
Well, I'm sorry. I will not be accused of things, and I will not be talked down to, and I will not be lied about.
What did I lie about?
civilly. We can have discourse and disagreement civilly. You can correct him on his information if he was wrong, but we have to be civil. We are elected members of a board representing a political party. I ask everyone to keep that in mind. Thank you. Now, we do have business to continue. Mr. Sheridan's time is up. We will continue to the next person. Mr. Johnson, I see your hand up next.
First, I'd like to make a point. The point I'm going to make is this. Just because Mr. Chatterton is able to go on in a droning, soft, soothing voice that sounds as if he's been chewing Valium does not mean he's not attacking people. Just because he doesn't get loud or excited doesn't mean he's not attacking people. And he was attacking Miss Carver in ways that were
facts and attack.
in ways that were irrelevant to the motion. My second point is I would like to call the question, please.
All right. Is calling the question I was second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Repeat the motion.
We're calling the question.
Which question are I?
The June 28th, is that what we're voting on?
Okay.
Yes. No, we are calling the question. All in
Yeah,
favor
Larry
of call-
Johnson moved to amend to June 28th. Yep.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
For calling the question?
Calling question, yes.
Aye.
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 All right. Is there any nays for calling the question? Any abstentions other than myself for calling the question? All right. Question has been called. We are now voting on accepting the amended motion for, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, June 28th, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. All in favor of adopting that amendment, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
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 I'm going to have to call a division on that. Mr. Secretary, if you can lead us through a quick roll call.
Okay. This is for June 28th. Scott Bowman.
Yes to International Asteroid Day.
Trevor Stepp.
No.
Andrew Duke.
No.
I'm voting yes. Dana Carver. June 28th.
Yeah.
Jay Gillette.
Abstain.
Tori Heinrich. Raphael Wolf.
Yes.
Larry Henneman.
Oh.
Larry Johnson.
Yes.
Leah Daly. Angela Thornton.
Yes.
Charles Essner.
No.
Mike Saliba.
I'll abstain on this one.
Dave Franklin.
No.
Andrew Chatterton.
No.
I'm going back up because 3 people didn't answer me. Tori Heinrich. Leah Daly. And that's it.
And
Jay Gillette. Jay Gillette abstained. Okay. We have 6 to 2. Or to 3 abstentions. I'm sorry. I added Tim in.
6 to 6.
I'll change my vote to abstain.
Who's that? Charles?
Charles.
Boo.
So what does that bring the vote to now, Ms. Secretary?
6 to 5 to 4.
6 yes?
Yep.
All right, so the amendment does pass. I believe we still have to vote it as the main motion, correct? So one more vote.
I don't really understand that when we do that, but
I think how it's been done or what's proper. If there's no more debate, we can proceed to a quick vote.
Well,
Right.
because the main motion is now the motion, so we're basically redoing the same vote that we just did.
I believe so, but people can change the vote in that small time period. That's why it's done. Mr.
Sure.
Chair, your hand up.
I move to table considerations and let this go to the convention committee to decide, and that we finish the specific allocated items on our agenda and close the meeting. So that would be to appoint the convention committee, consider the
just vote-
resolution, and close the meeting with that. So that would be a motion to table this item and hold those two and adjourn.
All right, that motion has been presented.
I second that.
A motion to table, and then proceed with the last two items, correct? Is there any debate on that? Or would we like to proceed to a quick vote?
I oppose the motion to table.
All right, Ms. Carver, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I would like debate. Like, we've already argued this out. We already voted on it. There's no reason to table anything. This is what Judge Gauthier said was hyper technical interpretations of things. And
Point of order, is this an attack?
Sorry, seconds with time. Was that an interjecting motion?
Yes, it was a point of
Yeah,
order.
I'm trying to object to the motion, but like, there's idiots, and I'm.
Well,
I think that's another attack.
So Andrew made the motion to table the second vote and proceed with other business. Has anybody seconded that?
Yes, it has been seconded.
Okay.
I did hear it. Quickly, what's your interjecting motion, Mr. Sheridan? I have your time paused, Ms. Carver.
I believe that we were saying that we shouldn't be making attacks, and I believe Ms. Carver was doing specifically that.
Well, the whole board, it seems we've done it much, so if everyone can work on that moving forward, be greatly appreciated on behalf of the whole party.
If I could speak to I made a point of order. I would like a ruling. I think Ms. Carver seems to be doing it an excessive amount, more than anyone else.
Dude, get over yourself.
A lot of people on this board.
Dude, grow up.
Hey,
More attacks. I think if she can't even go through a point of order about her attacking people without attacking people further, I think
needs to calm. I appreciate your interjecting motion. Everyone is burnt out.
Point of order, it's inappropriate to mute members of the board without having a vote. That's a violation of basic parliamentary procedure.
Sorry, I was testing the mute button. Sorry.
I'm sure that was the fifth time you tested it.
Yeah.
Andrew, watch with your dagger while you're complaining about the clubs being used against you.
We're having interjecting motion. Mr. Sheridan did say his motion. Ms. Carver, we are still on you. I do have your time paused at 1 minute and 39 seconds. If we can continue with this professionally as a board, I'm sure everyone would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just.
We're 3.5 hours into the meeting at this point, so it's kind of hard.
Could we stop him?
Mr. Sheridan, you have to have an interjecting motion and call it as such or be recognized. And that does go for everyone.
This is why I'm getting so frustrated. He just keeps going and everybody lets him keep going.
Carver,
It's got to stop.
Yes,
So
Carver.
what I'm saying is there's no reason to table this. We already had the vote. The vote was there. We voted to have it on the 28th-ish. I mean, and if the convention committee can't figure out the 28th, then they come back to us and say we can't figure out the 28th.
Dana, you're out of order and you're dominating the conversation.
No, it's my floor. This is my floor time.
I get she does have the floor. I'll pause it again. There's 1 minute, 4 seconds left.
I'm sorry. I thought
I mean, holy shit, dudes.
Okay.
This is why I'm getting so frustrated. It's like I get interrupted and I'm just trying to say we already had the vote, we already agreed to the vote, and now we're moving on, and I don't see why we keep doing this. This is why this keeps going on.
Your time is not started again, Ms. Carver. You have 1 minute, 21 seconds left.
Okay. Like I said, we just had the vote. The vote was there. We all agreed on the 28th. If the convention committee cannot figure out a venue on the 28th, then they come back to us and say, hey, we need a different date. And they can get that date while they're making the calls. Because then they could say, hey, well, they didn't have the 28th, but they had this other day. I've been out of freak ton of convention committees. So that's how it works. You call a venue and they say, these are the dates we have. But the 28th is a good date to vote for. And it's already been voted for. And it's a good timeline to shoot for. And I don't know why we have to keep playing these stupid games. This is why people don't want to be part of this mess anymore.
30 seconds. All right, thank you, Ms. Carver. Mr. Bowman, I see your hand up next.
Yeah, I'm against tabling for the simple reason that this motion happened after we selected that date and not before, and it just seems out of place. I think we should, at this point, head and vote on it. Those who object to the 28th can head and vote no the 28th.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Essner, I see your hand up next.
Yeah, I think what my my comments are a little late at this point. I was going to suggest that we allow Adrian Malagon to be control of the mute button going forward in our meetings, but sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Essner. Mr. Sheridan, your hand's up.
Yeah, I would challenge. We haven't selected a date. We approved an amendment. Ms. Carver just pointed out that there's a likelihood.
Oh, on Dana, don't.
Mrs.
Do not
Carver
call my
just pointed out is not an attack. It's a simple statement of fact that I would appreciate not being interrupted.
Seriously?
Ms. Carver, he does have the floor right now. If you have an interjecting motion, please state it as such. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, I paused your time, Mr. Sheridan. You have 1 minute, 48 seconds.
Thank you. She just pointed out that there's a likelihood that the convention committee might not be able to find a date and would need to come back to us for that. That is part of the 4th of July week. I would also call Ms. Carver to order for comments in the chat, objecting to my existence. It's inappropriate conduct for a board member. But we are not prepared to make this decision. We came here today to appoint a convention committee. The fact that we've already wasted a bunch of time on it doesn't suggest that we should continue to waste more time on it, especially when chief advocates are pointing out the fact that the committee might need to come back to us to seek a different date before these things can be confirmed. We're 3.5 hours into a meeting at this point. If you guys don't want to table this and deal with what's on the agenda, then I would move to adjourn and we'll come back to all this later.
Well, you already have another motion on the table.
I believe I would say if we don't, then he'd make that motion, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Mr. Johnson.
I believe that we should not table this motion because we need to have a date set. And we agreed that we needed to set the date as soon as possible. And we voted on the idea of setting the date ahead of the selecting the committee. So I stand opposed to tabling this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Stepp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm against tabling this motion because I believe that July 19th is the superior date. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf.
Yes, thank you. Looking at the calendar, the July 4th weekend is like 5 days away from the proposed date. I'm not sure how many people at convention would be taking that much time off ahead. If that's an argument by people that are poo-pooing that date on the 28th of June.
Mr. Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry. Was there a second on the motion to table this?
Yes. I forgot whom it was, but I did hear a second.
Yeah, somebody did.
And I'm sorry, was that all you had to say, Mr. Wolf?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other hands or comments, we will proceed to a vote on tabling. Or Mr. Franklin, your hand just went up.
Just to clarify, I believe I was the one to second the motion to table. So for our records.
Thank you for clarification. All right, all in favor of tabling this, please say aye.
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 We're up to 3 ayes. All opposed, please say nay.
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 Are any abstentions other than myself?
Abstain.
Thank you. All right, motion to table does fail. Mr. Sheridan, I see your hand is.
Call the question.
I move to adjourn.
All right. Is there a second to the motion to move to adjourn?
I'll second it.
All right, I did recently find out motion to adjourn is not debatable, so we do have to proceed just to a straight vote. All in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
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 We have 3 ayes there. All opposed, please say nay.
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 Nay. Any abstentions other than myself? All right, motion to adjourn fails. Is
Call the
there-
question.
All
We're
right.
on the main motion, correct?
Yes.
So I'd like to call the question.
All right. Let's do a
So the
quick one.
main motion is the same as the last vote. It's whether the board
For June
chooses June 28th for the convention before choosing a committee.
Yep, we will do a quick vote for calling the question. All in favor of calling it, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions other than myself? All right, the ayes have it. Question is called. Now we will vote.
Who made the motion to call the question?
Charles.
Okay.
All right, just in case there's division, probably be wise to go to a roll call vote for this, Ms. Secretary.
Okay. So we're voting on June 28th again, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, let me get to. Okay. Scott Bowman,
Aye.
Trevor Stepp,
Nay.
Andrew Duke,
Pass.
pass. I am a yes. Dana Carver,
For the second time, yes.
Jay Gillott,
Yes.
Tori Heinrich, Raphael Wolf,
Yes.
Larry Henneman,
No.
Larry Johnson,
Yes.
Leah Daly, Angela Thornton,
Yes.
Charles Essner,
No.
Mike Saliba, Dave Franklin,
No.
Andrew Chatterton,
No.
back to Andrew Duke,
Abstain.
let's see, back to Tori Heinrich, back to Leah Daly, back to Mike Saliba,
Abstain.
abstain, and Tim,
I abstain.
7 to 5 to 3.
All right, we will accept the date of June 28th, and we will proceed now to the appointment of convention committee. Do we have any nominations that would like to be on the convention committee?
I nominate Trevor Stepp.
Second.
Do you accept the nomination, Mr. Stepp?
Why do you guys keep wanting me to be on this shit? No.
Is that the
I mean, if you guys want me to be, but I'd prefer not to.
All right.
You can say no.
If you don't want to be, that's right. I second it, but I don't think you should be drafted if you don't want to, Trevor. Take a break.
He's got a lot with the candidates, and that's
No.
All right. By the way, we do appreciate all the other effort you're putting in. Mr. Sheridan, I see your hand up.
I think that's a relic. I don't think I intended to raise it.
Okay. Oh, it might have been up from earlier. Mr. Johnson?
I nominate Angela Thornton Canny.
I respectfully decline. I have never been on a convention committee, and I would not feel comfortable chairing one because I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Ms. Carver?
I would like to remind Miss Candy we're not nominating a chair. We're just nominating a convention committee, so she could accept that.
Okay, if that's the case, I'll sit on the committee, but I'm not. I just want you guys to know I am certainly not qualified to chair it.
All right. Duly noted, Ms. Thornton.
And then I would also like to nominate myself to be on convention committee.
Thank you, Ms. Carver. Mr. Bowman?
I'd like to nominate Larry. Larry's.
Both Larry, Mr. Henneman?
Yes, I'd like to nominate both Larrys to be on the committee.
Will the two gentlemen accept or decline?
We're each waiting for the other to go first, aren't we, Larry? I will accept.
All right, Mr. Johnson accepts. Mr. Henneman? He may have walked away from the phone. And like I said, this is a long meeting.
just draft him anyway.
It's an open invitation. Anyone else, Mr. Bowman, or can I?
Yeah, I think he ran away from the phone. Sorry.
All right, Mr. Franklin.
Yes, I nominate Daddy Chatty.
I decline.
All right, so current acceptance is right now Mr. Johnson, Ms. Carver, Ms. Thornton. Is there anyone else that would like to participate or nominate somebody as an open invitation?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. Can we can add members later, right?
I believe so.
Okay, so this should be enough to get us started then.
Like this, usually in the past, I've always been able to add people as the chair of that subcommittee sees fit. So proceeding as such as my understanding. Mr. Johnson, I see your hand up.
I would nominate Mike Saliba.
Okay.
All right. Oh, is there any others? Mr. Bowman, did your hand up from earlier still? Is that all?
Mr. Henneman.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Henneman, you're back. Would you like to sit on the committee? You've been nominated.
Yes, sorry, I had to step away to take care of my daughter for a minute. But no, I don't have any interest in being on the committee. But thank you for the nomination.
No problem. Thank you. All right, so that brings us up to 4 members to start.
Mike Saliba, Larry Johnson, Dana, Angela. Yeah, 4.
All right, to start at.
Charlie Esner, are you interested?
Who?
Charlie Esner. Chuck money.
It's Chuck Un. Yeah. Yes.
All right. So we got 5, 6 if you include myself. I can jump on any subcommittee as needed. All right, Ms. Carver, your hand went back up.
I do not remember what the agenda says later down the line, but are we still having open floor? Because I would like to speak on that one.
It would be under past new business. And we have one more item on new business, I believe.
Right on. Thank you.
Do we
Yep.
have to vote on this slate officially? Or is the nominating thing fine?
I believe, I'm not so sure because we haven't done it like this in the past. We can approve the accepted nominations at this point.
That's what
Might,
I'll make that motion.
I don't think we need a motion for it because it's already being done as one. But before we can go into that, I do see two more hands up. Mr. Stepp and Mr. Johnson, if it's relevant to this, you can be recognized.
Not
My
relevant
fault.
to this.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, is yours.
I was only going to point out that I would motion to close the nominations and accept the currently nominated people as a slate.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. All in favor, please say aye.
I'll second it.
Aye.
All right, all opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions other than myself?
Chatterton abstains.
Thank
Franklin
you.
abstain.
Thank you. So 3 abstentions, it does pass. That slate is approved for that subcommittee. All right, moving on to the last point of new business. We are on the resolution regarding war in Iran. I don't know who was going to introduce that.
Is Mike here? He's the one who wrote it out.
Yeah, I'm here. I can pull it up real quick. And
Mr. Chair,
I
can I
don't
be
know.
recognized?
What's that?
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized?
Is it necessary before he presents the
Yes.
resolution? Okay.
I'd like to move that we skip reading the resolution and debating it. We've all taken a look at it and we just go for a vote up or down. I think we're going to be unanimous on voting for it anyways.
I mean,
Second.
Just be under comment.
Yeah.
That way.
May I make one point before we do that? I'm fine with that, but may I make one point?
Yes.
My point is I don't want to change the resolution in any way. But what I would like to do is I would like it if we would also resolve that standing military in general, we oppose it. Several of the founders opposed standing armies, they call them, but that was their terminology at the time for a standing military. And a standing army has always been in opposition to liberty. So I'm not trying, I don't want to change the resolution. I want it to stay there. I just would like to have maybe a second one or something stating that a standing military, basically, we wouldn't be in this situation if the president didn't have a standing military to utilize, if that makes any sense.
It does. I think, though, if it's a second, we're be more proper to bring it up and open the floor, but I do appreciate the sentiment behind it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just nervous that we're gonna vote and then close and then we're done. So I'm sorry. We're talking out of turn.
Quite all right. I do see 2 hands up before we can proceed to the vote. Mr. Stepp, and Mr. Sheridan.
My apologies. It's not important to this motion.
You're still on. Okay, gotcha. Mr. Sheridan?
Same.
Okay. All right. All in favor of just approving the resolution?
Point of information.
Yes.
Can I hear the resolution?
Well, the motion
No,
was,
it's really long.
the motion was to
please read it
without reading it and without debate. So that's what we're voting on right now. So the motion to approve the resolution that was previously put out in email without reading it aloud and without debate, please say aye.
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 All right, all opposed, please say nay. Any opposition? I mean, any abstention other than myself?
Yes, myself. I don't sign blank checks.
I will also abstain, Raphael.
Okay.
So me
I
and two
did
others.
send this. I did send this resolution out at least a day ago, so it should have been in your email.
All right, well, the ayes did have it. That has been moved and passed. I believe we are now on to open floor, correct, Ms. Secretary? If you could
Did we
scroll
actually pass the resolution? I thought with the vote we had was that we're going to skip reading it.
to pass without reading it and without debate.
No, move that we skip reading the resolution and move to a vote.
No,
That's what I read.
without
Hold on.
debate as well. Tim, I heard what Tim said. Sorry, Donna.
Tim. No, didn't Dave Franklin move that? We skip reading the resolution and move to a vote?
Yes.
Yes.
That was the vote.
Oh, yeah, I see. Okay.
And that
Because
was what we just voted.
two votes are
Motion hadn't been brought
We haven't
yet,
voted
so
for the resolution yet.
that was to adopt the
There.
resolution, wasn't it?
from my understanding, the wording was to adopt the resolution without reading it aloud, because it's lengthy, and without debating it. And that motion passed. So in my
And move to a vote, though. Okay, is that what Dave intended? I guess he's the one.
No, Mr. Chair's got it. It was to skip reading the motion and vote on its approval without debate.
I changed my vote to no.
we can have the secretary log your vote as a no on that, but the overwhelming yays did have it, so that did pass. The resolution is now passed. I believe we are now into open floor, and we do have a few hands up. I do know Mr. Ethner had one thing to address, but in order of hands, Mr. Stepp would have it first.
Motion to adjourn.
But Mr. Yesner, here's the point. That was a good one.
Well, we can vote it down, but the motion to adjourn has been brought. If it has,
Seconded. It's not seconded yet.
does anyone like
I
to
second it.
All right, it is not debatable, so we can either vote yay or nay or abstain. That is all.
This means we do not appoint Raphael Wolf, right?
I don't believe that matter has been addressed, and I'm not so sure if my position allows me to do that on its own. But right now, we have to vote on the adjournment. We can ask that question after, if it passes or fails. So all in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
We have one aye. All opposed, please say nay.
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 Hey.
Nay. All right, any abstentions other than myself? All right, we, motion to adjourn does not pass. Moving on, Mr. Chardon, your hand up.
Yes, I move that we consider the motion proposed by Mr. Essner, followed by adjournment once that is disposed.
All right, does that in its wording have a second?
Point of order.
Second.
Yes, Mr. Bowman, point of order.
I thought we were about to vote on a resolution, and then Mr. Chatterton made a motion before that vote on the resolution.
No, Mr. Essner has not presented his resolution in a matter on which we can vote on it yet. So Mr. Chardon's.
What was the part about closing the discussion and going to a vote on the resolution then, without debate?
Andrew made a motion that we consider Charles' resolution and adjourn. And that means we don't appoint Raphael Wolf.
But we were about to vote on the resolution.
We already voted on the resolution. You changed your vote to a no.
No, I changed my vote to a no when I found out that we weren't voting on the resolution, but merely voting on whether or not to end debate and go to a vote on the resolution. But we never
Well,
voted on the resolution.
I don't think we did either, but I was told that he changed the resolution and it says we skip reading the resolution and vote for its approval without debate.
That is
Then I
what
changed that vote to an abstention. I didn't know we were voting on the resolution. I thought we were voting on skipping debate.
Sorry for the miscommunication there. We definitely did get a little into the reads, but yes, we will change your vote to an abstention.
Okay, I got it.
All right, moving forward on Mr. Chariton's motion that has been seconded. Is there any debate before we continue? Is any of the hands up
I'd like
toward the debate?
What are we voting for at this moment?
That we consider Charles Esner resolution and then adjourn, which means before we have open floor, before we appoint a technical person.
Oh, no, we need the technical person. And yeah, so yeah, I
we're
object
not
to
finished
this.
with we're not finished with open.
Okay.
So I would like to speak not in favor of this motion. We have to finish what we have to do. Ken Molman asked us to do this. We need a person. And also, I feel like Trevor said he had something that we needed to do in open floor as well. And other people have said they would like to speak in open floor. I know I spoke out earlier and said motion to adjourn when I was like angry, but you know, we really have to finish business. Let's just get it done.
Thank you, Ms. Garber. Does any of the hands up have anything to do with the relevance to Andrew's motion?
No. No.
Mr.
Mine
Bowman?
does.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish to speak against Mr. Chatterton's motion on the basis that we have other important business to do, and including the immediately going to adjournment part to me is a deal breaker.
And actually, I echo that. That's what I should have said. So that's what I'm.
All right, thank you. Ms. Thornton, I see your hand has gone up.
Yeah, I move that we divide Andrew's motion into two parts, the one for Charles's motion and the other for a motion to divide, to adjourn.
Second.
I believe it would just separate it. I mean, you just want to amend it to accept the first part of Charles, because we can make the motion to adjourn at any time. That's an interrupting motion, so I don't necessarily feel it's in order to place an exact order on it while we still have an agenda. Unless somebody can correct me if I'm wrong there. All right, so you just want to separate it. The amendment is to separate it to allow just to recognize Mr. Esner's resolution.
Has anybody seconded it?
Yes, it was seconded, but I believe if it's separated, that would be out of order because if we're in open floor, it's fine to hear Mr. Esner's motion anyway, and that's kind of a.
That is
Yeah.
moot point, yeah.
I was thinking that same thing.
However, the motion is already on the floor. It belongs to the body. You can't just ignore it now.
Oh, we can vote on it though, and close the meeting after 4 hours of nonsense.
Let's just go to a quick vote unless anyone's opposed to that. All right, all in favor of Mr. Chariton's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Wait, are we voting on dividing it?
No,
That's what Andrew moved and then it was seconded. That we divide Mr. Chatterton's motion.
sorry, you're correct. We'll vote it that way. Let's try and get this
Well,
quick.
I'm sorry, if I may, I believe the chair ruled that out of order, and I'm not gonna challenge that, so I think we're back to where just voting on Andrew's motion.
Yeah, I couldn't
So
see.
we're voting on the dual motion, right? The Charles then adjourning, or
Yes, that is where we're on right now, to my understanding, on what I think would be most in order.
well, then I object.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Of
All right.
dividing, this is on the dividing.
Wow.
Did somebody is somebody calling division? Is that
No,
what I
I'm
heard?
just I'm just clarifying
Try
that
to
we're
keep up, please.
Okay, no.
Decorum.
amendment, I don't believe would be in order in its wording. I think it'd be under frivolous at that point. And Mr. Sheridan, I think is the only aye. So any nays to Mr.
Nay.
Sheridan?
Nay.
All right. Any abstentions other than myself? All right.
Nay.
The nays do have it. So now we are in open floor, at which point if Mr. Essner would like to bring up his resolution, this would be the time.
Yes, I am almost done typing it out to make sure I have clear phrasing. I mean, I can kind of state it and then maybe we tweak the phrasing. I don't think we need to honestly debate it. Basically, a standing military once established will always be dangerous to the liberties of the people. This has been echoed by several founders, including John Adams and George Mason.
All right, is that the resolution in its entirety for us?
Yeah, I'm trying to type as I was typing while you guys were talking, so trying to make it clean. That was fun. I do apologize for not being quite as prepared as I probably should be.
All right.
So do you mind asking people for any feedback on that statement, and then if not, I'll be completed by the time you're ready.
You're definitely open to any comments, debates.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right now, anyway. So, Jay, your hand is up, but I think it's been up for a while. Do you meant we'll have it up?
It's not. It's up for a point that I need to make that's separate from all of this.
Just double checking.
Yeah, I put it down and raised it up a couple times just to remind you I'm still here, but not in a hurry.
Mr. Wolf?
Same. I would like to go after Jay.
Not a problem. All right, Miss Carver?
Yeah, Charles, you're pretty right there. Like, it doesn't need to be huge. Like, most of these resolutions go nowhere anyway, but yeah, it's straight up.
Yeah.
Majority of the founding fathers said we didn't need a standing army, and it's very simple and very short and sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nothing. Like, we were supposed to have a navy to protect our waters. That was it.
Yeah. I think back then the states were responsible for their own armies. We didn't have a federal one standing.
Mm-hmm. The good old days.
Any other comments on the resolution? Well, Charles is finishing up the typing on his end for the secretary. All right. Do you have that about ready, Mr. Essner, by any chance?
Just about.
All right, then we can go to a vote.
I am ready. So, a standing military, once established, will always be dangerous to the liberties of the people, as the majority of the founding fathers clearly understood and stated. And then, I don't think we need to include it in the resolution, but I would definitely include in any publications, for example, that Trump's current actions or the president's current actions, Obama did the same thing, multiple presidents did this stuff. The president, whoever it happens to be, their current actions wouldn't have been possible without a standing military. But I think that can be, filled in as needed. So,
good note.
So a standing military, once established, will always be dangerous to the liberties of the people, as the majority of the founding fathers clearly understood and stated.
Can you put that in the chat, please?
I shall. Actually, I'm going to email it to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. All in favor of adopting this resolution, please say aye.
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 All right. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, Mr. Wolf's a nay. Any abstentions other than myself? All right, the resolution passes. Now to the rest of the hands up. We got Jay first.
Oops, sorry. Hi. I want to speak on the record and on the recording because I want to be very clear about why I voted to not ban Andrew from our board, because it's pointless. It doesn't do anything. If I thought that I could have voted to have Andrew removed and thereby he would have been taken off as our district rep, as our region rep, I would have voted for it, because there's been nothing worse for our state party. And as people have seen, watching his behavior, and Austin's, who's here too, during the LEC meetings, has been embarrassing to the rest of us. So, I mean, the only reason he voted is because it didn't accomplish anything. Had it been able to do anything, I surely would have voted against Andrew being on the board, because he's dangerous and he's not good for our party in spite of his views that he is. So he's a zealot for his cause, and he's scary. So that's my point.
Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer.
Thank you. Okay, next hand up, Mr. Wolf.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if I could introduce a motion on behalf of or for Andrew Duke. He's been our treasurer for the party and feels a certain responsibility to pay some of our bills as the dollars have dwindled. And it's come to my attention that he's paid for several months of the CVCRM IT services and the Grasshopper phone that we had to pay 1 year of in full. And the dollar amount is significant. It's a little over $700. And so in lieu of him getting full reimbursement, I'd like to make a motion that we grant Andrew Duke a lifetime membership to the value of $350, and then, as time allows, pay him the difference between what his expenses were and the $350, which will probably be about $367-ish at some point in the future. And that's my motion.
Second.
All right, that motion has been moved and seconded. I do believe it is in order too, in case anyone wants to bring that up. I know there's murkiness when it comes to membership fees, but I believe that would be in order. Just stating on that on the record. Is there any debate on that?
Can you state the exact motion, because you went off a little bit? A motion to
Sure, no problem. My motion is to grant Andrew Duke a lifetime membership in lieu of payment reimbursement. I should say full payment reimbursement for expenses incurred for IT services, which are CVCRM, and the Grasshopper phone service, which we had to pay in full 4 years worth of service. And it comes to a total of $717.64. I just looked it up. So it would be, that's the motion. So the lifetime membership is $350 subtracted from the $717.64. And so at some point in the future, we would reimburse him the difference between $717.64 and $350, whatever that total comes out to.
360.
grant him a lifetime membership in lieu of full reimbursement for Grasshopper phone service and Civi.
Correct. So it's a partial reimbursement. It's his expenses minus the membership.
It's an in-kind contribution towards membership.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is he agreeable to that?
As a point of information, the balance would be 367.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, I do see Mr. Duke's hand go up. So before we get into debate, if you would like to speak first on that.
There's still going to need to be a second before debate, but I want to point out I'm not asking for reimbursement. None. Nothing.
I'll second it.
All right, it has been moved and seconded. We can enter debate. Yeah, we definitely do appreciate everything you've done, Mr. Duke, especially the fact you haven't even requested reimbursement even right now, but has been moved and seconded, so we will enter debate. We have 5 hands up. Some of them I know were hands up previously, so I'll go through the list and see if you have it relevant to this debate. Ms. Carver first.
I do have my hand up for other things, but I did not know that Mr. Duke was paying this, so thank him for that. But if he is paying it, we do have to still put it on our records as an in-kind donation.
Yep. Thank you. Next, Mr. Stepp.
I move to amend the motion to use the 1247 from our general fund to reimburse Mr. Duke.
As a separated balance, or are you amending it to be full balance?
The amount that Mr. Duke has paid. And
so, just for point of clarifying, you wish to amend it to just pay him the balance and not do it the way with dividing it into lifetime membership?
correct.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. The amendment has been moved. Is there a second to that amendment?
Seconded.
All right. Now we will enter.
I would rule this out of order, as Mr. Duke has stated he's not seeking reimbursement.
Right.
We should rule the original motion out of order entirely.
Yeah, I do understand he's not seeking it, but I don't see a way that it's technically out of order.
Well, either way, he should be putting that in our campaign finance as in-kind donations.
Yes, that is at the very least should be recorded as such.
Let me address it because it's been said twice. Never once did I say it wasn't recorded. That was speculation from someone.
All
It's
right.
all on there.
Perfect. We thank you for that, Mr. Duke. Is there a debate on the amendment motion now? I see 4 hands up.
Yes, I believe Ms. Carver already spoke.
Yeah, counting that from earlier. So Mr. Sheridan, you'd be next, and Mr. Bowman and Mr. Johnson.
So yes, the board's apparent recent habit of just trying to throw around lifetime memberships, I feel, is rather inappropriate, especially at a time when it's been discussed extensively that we're having trouble to pay our basic bills. I'm greatly appreciative of Mr. Duke's fronting money for the party, and if he wishes to purchase a lifetime membership, the appropriate way to handle this would be that the party could reimburse, whatever portion of that, and he could forgive the debt on the remainder portion of it. For this board to take action to presume that outcome, I think is inappropriate and should not be done, especially as a matter of habit with the way this is. We apparently authorized forgiving $20,000 of money that was given to another organization to count for memberships to this one somehow, when that's in violation of our bylaws when people didn't pay their dues to this organization. So I'm very concerned about the fact of this irresponsible financial habit that's been apparently handled by a majority of the board. If we wish to, grant a membership for this, Mr. Duke could be refunded all or part of what he's owed and use any part of that to, pay for a membership. But we should not be tying things together. Like, this is just basically asking to get, extra scrutiny on reporting. Or why would we tie it together this way? This is pretty unnecessary and inappropriate. I'd also call a member to order. Mr. Wolf has made direct accusations of crimes against me, of which I am innocent, and I think that it's something that I would bring next to motion to censure.
30 seconds. So there is a motion to censure.
I believe it would only be appropriate after this motion is dispatched, but
Okay.
We censor me, Daddy.
All right. We continue the debate. Mr. Bowman, you're next. I see your hand up.
Yes. I'm going to oppose this motion, not because I don't think Mr. Duke deserves it. I'm aghast that we didn't know about this sooner, and I thank him for his generosity, and I think the party should be very grateful that he's there to spare us much trouble. But effectively, what he's told us is he's donated that money. And he can correct me if I'm wrong. He's the treasurer. He should know what quality this has. But it sounds like he made a donation already, and that it made it a matter of record that he made a donation already. And I suppose if he wanted to, he could have made, but he donated that money with a purpose, not as a payment for a life membership. So at this point, I'd say to just I'm going to vote no on an amendment, and I'm going to vote no on the motion because he's made it clear to me that he's given us this money, and thank you very much, but he's not asking for it back.
One point of information on my end that actually, depending on the information, may rule in me ruling this out of order. I just realized. Mr. Duke, you said you already have this listed down in our records as a donation in kind, correct?
Correct.
Now, please, anyone can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but are we allowed to even reimburse somebody in an in-kind donation?
Yeah, we can just refund. We can refund the money. It's fine. I mean, yeah.
But if we
He's not
reimburse
asking.
an in-kind donation, we have to change the reports for the state. So it depends on if the reports have gone through.
No, because even if he had intended to put in for a reimbursement, we would still have to report it. It would look exactly the same as it looks now.
Okay, I just want to clarify that so we're not getting in any legal trouble there.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If I may, since I made the motion, we should put ourselves in Mr. Duke's position as treasurer, and the party has zero funds in certain accounts to pay certain bills like the phone bill or Civi CRM. And I think what Mr. Duke here did, although I don't know because I didn't speak with him, but he's being put on the spot here. And he was doing the party a favor because at the time, those were monthly bills, except for the big $300 phone bill, to keep things going, knowing that cash was still coming in from other sources. And so I think, again, I'm not speaking for Mr. Duke. I just think if we put ourselves in his shoes right now, that asking for a reimbursement, knowing that the party has limited funds, might feel a bit embarrassing, or he's just super kind. I don't know. My motion is not looking to get him reimbursed for 100% of the money today. It's half the money at some point in the future, and half of it in kind for a lifetime membership. I think that's perfectly reasonable for
point of order.
The work that he's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I did hear a point of order. Who was that?
That was Mr. Chatterton.
Yep, you have the floor.
Our duties as board members are not to Mr. Duke's embarrassment or lack thereof. They're to the financial well-being of the party. And as I stated earlier, I think this approach needlessly convolutes our campaign finance in a way that makes it look even, like the principle to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest. This fails that test, even if it's completely, good intentioned and good faith. This appears bad, and this would be irresponsible governance to do this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Mr. Johnson?
I'm holding my hand up to speak to the main motion.
Will you rule on the point of order there?
What point of order? You were speaking to the motion.
The motion is out of order because it violates our fiduciary duty to the party. We're not responsible to manage Mr. Duke's feelings about asking for a reimbursement or not.
This will stop the vote, Mr. Chair.
I know, and honestly, I feel a bit of a toss-up. I see both sides of it, so that's why I'm considering it. It'd be one thing if Mr. Duke was asking for reimbursement.
If the party wishes to recognize that, it could be done through other channels, a different procedural approach. But I don't think this is it.
Speaking on behalf of the party, sir?
I'm speaking in my capacity as a member of the board.
Ooh, yes.
And I will say, I do feel like this is tiptoeing towards breaching a fiduciary responsibility, but I will rule it in order at this point in time if the board wishes to grant it on the grounds of moral obligation. So, but thank you for your concern in bringing up that point, Sheridan. Mr. Johnson, you have the floor.
I'm waiting to speak on the main motion. We're still on the amendment.
Correct. All right, as on the amendment, Jay, your hand's up next, I see.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that had the order of events been just slightly different and the check's been written just slightly differently, this would not be necessary. And it's kind of a shame because had Andrew simply donated $700 to the party as a contribution, he would have been recognized with a life membership. That money would have gone into the general fund, and he, as treasurer, could have used it to pay the bills, which he would have done. So how do you reconcile that? Because that is really only the fact that, well, Andrew, you probably should have written the check to the party and then taken it out of the funds and used it, because that would have got the easy membership. But that wasn't your point, I know. But that might have been better, actually. I don't know. That's just my thought.
Thank you, Jay. Mr. Bowman, I see your hand up next.
Yeah, I was basically going to echo Jay's reasoning, and because afterward I thought about it. If this is a donation to the party, and what do donations to the party do? Well, among other things, they pay the very expenses that Mr. Duke paid. So, yeah, if you made a donation to the party and wanted $350 of that to cover a life membership, it actually, the dollar and cents of it wouldn't necessarily be a problem, and it wouldn't really be costing us anything, and it wouldn't go against charging $350 for a life membership. So, Mr. Duke might want to address whether or not that would present some kind of accounting problem if treated that way, because I don't want to create any headaches for him. And like he said, he isn't interested in a reimbursement. It wouldn't necessarily be a reimbursement. It would just be granting a membership that is paid for. But I don't know if that would cause an accounting issue, and I'd leave it to Mr. Duke to decide whether or not amending the motion for that purpose would be possible. Also, I think I'd be going 3 deep, and it's probably out of order.
On the First Amendment, which we still have to vote through, which is instead of splitting it, we would just I forgot exactly which funds. I believe the amendment was made by Mr. Stepp, but just to pay him the full balance of what he's owed back. So that's the current amendment on the floor right now. Trevor? Is your hand up still up for this? Because I see you're waving your hand now.
Yeah, because I wasn't going to speak on this, but now it's gotten so stupid. And I just have to remind everybody, Mr. Duke wouldn't have been in this position to have to pay these bills if we could just put the Comerica Make money back in the freaking party funds, but we got to keep playing games with that.
That's
just
not
saying.
helpful.
That's all I had to say.
Okay.
Right. Ms. Carver, if there's nothing else, we can proceed to a vote on the amendment, which is just to pay him in full. All in favor of adopting that amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Sorry. Nay.
All right, any abstentions other than myself?
I'm
I've stayed
abstaining for all.
like 3D chess on this shit.
Me, Trevor, and Mr. Duke abstain. All right, now we are on the main motion. The main motion, which was half of it being a lifetime membership, being honored from his donation in kind, and then reimbursement for the remainder of the funds. I do know Mr. Johnson previously stated that he wanted to speak to the main motion, so I'll recognize him first.
I would like to make a motion to amend to simply drop the reimbursement for the funds, since Mr. Duke is not asking for such reimbursement, but retain the lifetime membership.
All
And that
right.
is
Second.
Thank you.
The amendment has been moved and seconded. Do we have debate on that amendment?
I think that's the very point. I think the point is that, and we're debating Andrew's intent, and that's not fair to him. He did what he did, and he didn't ask for any money. But the reality is it's a donation. Had the checks been written differently, obviously, that money would have gone in. He could have claimed a $350 membership, and the money would have been in the general fund and would have been spent. So the point is not that he wants to be reimbursed, Raphael. If he did, he'd say that. He would have spoken. He would have said, that would be great. But he didn't. And I think we're debating, and I think that's nearly insulting Andrew's intent. We don't know what he's doing other than what he says. So,
thank
I'm
you, Jay.
arguing
I do
if
think it
I
lands
may
in
respond because I was named
a
individually
lifetime
there.
membership. Sorry.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is Raphael. Jay just mentioned me. I think, Jay, my motion is attempting to be fair to Andrew and respect his heart for the donation, but also for us as a party not to abuse larger donors and refund or reimburse the difference. That's all.
I understand, and I do understand the point. But I kind of think that Andrew has to really be honest.
We just vote on this, please.
Yeah, let's just do this.
Okay.
Mr. Bowman, I see your hand up next.
Yeah, no, I'm supporting the amendment unless Mr. Duke tells me this will create any kind of accounting headache. If it doesn't, then as far as I see, he paid for the life membership without saying that's what he was doing. His first thought was taking care of the well-being of our party. That much is, I don't think, disputable. And so I think it goes with typically as someone who can make such a generous donation, why not grant that membership on the basis that basically he spent more than is required for a life membership. And it went to the party and it went to party expenses, no reimbursement because he did not ask for reimbursement. He's made a donation. We accept it, and that includes a life membership as part of the recognition of that donation.
Ms. Carver and Mr. Johnson, your hands are still up. Do you wish to speak to the amendment before I proceed?
No, I'm still waiting for open floor.
Double checking. Mr. Johnson?
No, I'm sorry, I was muted, so you couldn't hear me screaming at the screen. No, I wish to speak to something later, after not even the main motion.
All right. We'll keep that in mind when we are finished up here, which hopefully is around the corner. So all in favor of adopting that amendment, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
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 Any abstentions other than myself? All right, the ayes have it. That is now the motion on hand, so we can proceed to debate or vote if there's no debate on that main motion.
Move the question.
All right. All in favor of adopting this motion, please say aye.
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 All right, all opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Any abstentions other than myself? All right, we will proceed and honor a lifetime membership to Mr. Duke for his very kind and generous donations in our stead of lacking funds. We do appreciate that. We'll proceed to the remainder of open floor. I do know Ms. Carver and then Mr. Johnson have been waiting. So Ms. Carver, you're first.
All right. So again, I would like to remind everybody that we are dealing with chaos and like, I cannot repeat this enough. Like, we can't have people calling for censures of other people and all these things when they're doing it. Like, I heard my name being called. Dana's being so mean to me in the chat while I have 4 freaking people over here in the chat attacking me. Like, this is crazy. Like, he's a little whiny baby and I can't deal with this shit anymore. Like, this is stupid. Like we have, again, I repeat, we have so much going on in this freaking world. We have so much going on in our personal lives. Like, literally in the last month, 2 months, I've had my best friend died in a car accident. in a blizzard, and my husband is dealing with cancer, and I'm like sitting here like on these meetings listening to people being stupid dumbasses and crying like, oh, Dana was mean to me, while 4 people are being mean to Dana. I mean, it's like, it's so stupid. But what are we doing to advance liberty at this time? Nothing. Not a damn thing. I'm doing a fuck ton to advance liberty in my community. That's why we have community members that are doing all these things up here. And so I need to know what you guys are doing in your communities to advance liberty, because you know what? What we're doing right now is wasting hours and hours and hours of our day to hear whiny babies whine and be stupid. And these whiny babies that are whining are a freaking affiliate chair, like at national level, whining there too, and talking over people and accusing people of shit. And this is just, I cannot believe any of us are even part of this anymore. This is fucking stupid.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Carver. Mr. Johnson?
I would like to make a motion to appoint Raphael Wolf to assist Jamie with the IT, contingent, of course, upon his acceptance of such a position, to assist Jamie with the IT issues, since it's obvious that we do need a second hand working on some of these things in case people encounter life issues. That's my motion.
Second that.
Second.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Johnson. And you do accept, correct?
Yeah, up there in the background.
Yeah, I accept. Thank you.
All right. Is there any debate on that? I see 2 hands up. Is it for the debate on this motion?
Oh my. Okay. Can you work well enough with Jamie these days, Raphael?
Can you repeat the motion? I'm sorry.
To appoint Raphael Wolf to assist Jamie Alstein with technical issues, right?
Okay.
IT issues.
Yeah, I believe, Jay, you had something you were saying?
Want to be sure Raphael's good working with Jamie these days. They seem to have been at loggerheads at times, and that could affect communication. You asked a question.
I don't know. I'm not at loggerheads with Jamie, but
good. That's all. Hopefully she'll be back. You need to just be. You just got to work together. So.
Thank you for that. Ms. Thornton, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I mean, we've seen him. He's working with Jamie. He's saying basically, I'm not a tech person, so I don't know what he's saying. But he and Ken are using a lot of the same words, and like they're talking about getting the AWS replaced or redone or fixed or whatever. It seems like they're both on the same page. I think that he's a good fit for the job.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. I don't see any other hands up, so we can just go to a quick vote. All in favor of appointing Wolf in that secondary position to help with IT director, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
And any abstentions other than myself? All right. We'll point him to that. We do appreciate you stepping up, Mr. Wolf, and hopefully you can give us assistance while Ms. Alstein's away. All right. Is there anything else that we need to cover in open floor?
What was the motions that were just adopted? I had to step away for a minute.
To appoint and allow Mr. Wolf to assist Ms. Alstein in her IT director duties, especially when it comes to communication with the guest gentleman we had earlier while Ms. Alstein's away.
What was there something before that?
I honestly can't recall.
The lifetime membership for Andrew Duke.
Okay.
Yeah, just went from that to that. All right, see if it hands up. Mr. Johnson?
Oh, motion to adjourn.
All right, does that have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
All right, any abstentions other than myself? We are now adjourned. If you could kill that recording